As a team, the Yankees have heated up at the plate and are now just 2.5 games behind Detroit for the AL wildcard. It's the Royals and the Yankees in the second of three, Davies versus Hughes. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The New York Yankees and the Kansas City Royals continue their three-game series at Yankee Stadium today. A-Rod is still stuck on 499 homers, but the Yankees have the hottest bats in baseball. This afternoon, they'll face the Kansas City Royals after a 7-1 rout last night. Cal Davies makes his Royals debut, and Phil Hughes makes his first start off the DL. Game time set for 1:05 at Yankee Stadium. With last night's 7-1 win, the Yankees have scored 50 runs in their last 5 games. The Bronx Bombers broke the game open in a 3-run six. 2 runs came in on a bizarre at-bat from Melky Cabrera.
Melky hits one hard off of the pitch of Braun, and the ball deflects into the stands. And that's going to be a ground rule double. So the Yankees will get a couple of runs. They're going to come out and check on Braun here. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
I was just thinking the same thing. I've never seen a ground rule double hit off of a pitcher before that actually made the seats.
Shin-Ming Wang won his 13th game, and the red-hot Yanks are a Major League best 16-7 since the All-Star break. Odalis Perez's record fell to 6-10 as he allowed 4 runs in 5 innings. Reliever Ryan Braun did not fare any better in yielding 3 runs in 3 innings. The only item of note for the last-place Royals was that they ended a 33-inning base-on-ball drought when Mark Grudzielanek drew a free pass. Kyle Davies, recently acquired for Octavio Dotel from Atlanta, will make his first start as an American leaguer. The 23-year-old's last outing was against the Reds on July 16th when he faced only 5 batters. He walked 3 and was pulled without recording an out. Philip Hughes is considered the crown jewel of Yankee pitching prospects. Hughes was activated from the DL to make this afternoon's start. He has not pitched in the majors since May 1st. Royals captain Mike Sweeney took batting practice at the stadium yesterday. His surgically repaired knee responded well, and he's hopeful he will make a full recovery. Robinson Cano has launched his season average over 300 as he went 2 for 3 last night and is batting .462 with 5 home runs, 20 RBIs over the last 20 games. As a team, the Yankees have heated up at the plate and are now just 2.5 games behind Detroit for the AL wildcard. It's the Royals and the Yankees in the second of three, Davies versus Hughes. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The New York Yankees and the Kansas City Royals continue their 3-game series at Yankee Stadium today. A-Rod is still stuck on 499 homers, but the Yankees have the hottest bats in baseball. This afternoon, they'll face the Kansas City Royals after a 7-1 rout last night. Cal Davies makes his Royals debut, and Phil Hughes makes his first start off the DL. Game time set for 1:05 at Yankee Stadium. With last night's 7-1 win, the Yankees have scored 50 runs in their last 5 games. The Bronx Bombers broke the game open in a 3-run six. 2 runs came in on a bizarre at-bat from Melky Cabrera.
Melky hits one hard off of the pitch of Braun, and the ball deflects into the stands. And that's going to be a ground rule double. So the Yankees will get a couple of runs. They're going to come out and check on Braun here. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
I was just thinking the same thing. I've never seen a ground rule double hit off of a pitcher before that actually made the seats.
Shin-Ming Wang won his 13th game, and the red-hot Yanks are a Major League best 16-7 since the All-Star break. Odalis Perez's record fell to 6-10 as he allowed 4 runs in 5 innings. Reliever Ryan Braun did not fare any better in yielding 3 runs in 3 innings. The only item of note for the last-place Royals was that they ended a 33-inning base-on-ball drought when Mark Grudzielanek drew a free pass. Kyle Davies, recently acquired for Octavio Dotel from Atlanta, will make his first start as an American leaguer. The 23-year-old's last outing was against the Reds on July 16th when he faced only 5 batters. He walked 3 and was pulled without recording an out. Philip Hughes is considered the crown jewel of Yankee pitching prospects. Hughes was activated from the DL to make this afternoon's start. He has not pitched in the majors since May 1st. Royals captain Mike Sweeney took batting practice at the stadium yesterday. His surgically repaired knee responded well, and he's hopeful he will make a full recovery. Robinson Cano has launched his season average over 300 as he went 2 for 3 last night and is batting .462 with 5 home runs, 20 RBIs over the last 20 games. As a team, the Yankees have heated up at the plate and are now just 2.5 games behind Detroit for the AL wildcard. It's the Royals and the Yankees in the second of 3, Davies versus Hughes. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The New York Yankees and the Kansas City Royals continue their 3-game series at Yankee Stadium today. A-Rod is still stuck on 499 homers, but the Yankees have the hottest bats in baseball. This afternoon, they'll face the Kansas City Royals after a 7-1 rout last night. Cal Davies makes his Royals debut, and Phil Hughes makes his first start off the DL. Game time set for 1:05 at Yankee Stadium. With last night's 7-1 win, the Yankees have scored 50 runs in their last 5 games. The Bronx Bombers broke the game open in a 3-run 6. 2 runs came in on a bizarre at-bat from Melky Cabrera.
Melky hits one hard off of the pitch of Braun, and the ball deflects into the stands. And that's going to be a ground rule double. So the Yankees will get a couple of runs. They're going to come out and check on Braun here. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
I was just thinking the same thing. I've never seen a ground rule double hit off of a pitcher before that actually made the seats.
Shin-Ming Wong won his 13th game, and the red-hot Yanks are a Major League best 16-7 since the All-Star break. Odalis Perez's record fell to 6-10 as he allowed 4 runs in 5 innings. Reliever Ryan Braun did not fare any better in yielding 3 runs in 3 innings. The only item of note for the last-place Royals was that they ended a 33-inning base-on-ball drought when Mark Grudzielanek drew a free pass. Kyle Davies, recently acquired for Octavio Dotel from Atlanta, will make his first start as an American leaguer. The 23-year-old's last outing was against the Reds on July 16th when he faced only 5 batters. He walked 3 and was pulled without recording an out. Phillip Hughes is considered the crown jewel of Yankee pitching prospects. Hughes was activated from the DL to make this afternoon's start. He has not pitched in the majors since May 1st. Royals captain Mike Sweeney took batting practice at the stadium yesterday. His surgically repaired knee responded well, and he's hopeful he will make a full recovery. Robinson Cano has launched his season average over 300 as he went 2 for 3 last night and is batting .462 with 5 home runs, 20 RBIs over the last 20 games. As a team, the Yankees have heated up at the plate and are now just 2.5 games behind Detroit for the AL wildcard. It's the Royals and the Yankees in the second of 3, Davies versus Hughes. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The New York Yankees and the Kansas City Royals continue their 3-game series at Yankee Stadium today. A-Rod is still stuck on 499 homers, but the Yankees have the hottest bats in baseball. This afternoon, they'll face the Kansas City Royals after a 7-1 rout last night. Cal Davies makes his Royals debut, and Phil Hughes makes his first start off the DL. Game time set for 1:05 at Yankee Stadium. With last night's 7-1 win, the Yankees have scored 50 runs in their last 5 games. The Bronx Bombers broke the game open in a 3-run 6. 2 runs came in on a bizarre at-bat from Melky Cabrera.
Melky hits one hard off of the pitch of Braun, and the ball deflects into the stands. And that's going to be a ground rule double. So the Yankees will get a couple of runs. They're going to come out and check on Braun here. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
I was just thinking the same thing. I've never seen a ground rule double hit off of a pitcher before that actually made the seats.
Shin-Ming Wong won his 13th game, and the red-hot Yanks are a Major League best 16-7 since the All-Star break. Odalis Perez's record fell to 6-10 as he allowed 4 runs in 5 innings. Reliever Ryan Braun did not fare any better in yielding 3 runs in 3 innings. The only item of note for the last-place Royals was that they ended a 33-inning base-on-ball drought when Mark Grudzielanek drew a free pass. Kyle Davies, recently acquired for Octavio Dotel from Atlanta, will make his first start as an American leaguer. The 23-year-old's last outing was against the Reds on July 16th when he faced only 5 batters. He walked 3 and was pulled without recording an out. Phillip Hughes is considered the crown jewel of Yankee pitching prospects. Hughes was activated from the DL to make this afternoon's start. He has not pitched in the majors since May 1st. Royals captain Mike Sweeney took batting practice at the stadium yesterday. His surgically repaired knee responded well, and he's hopeful he will make a full recovery. Robinson Cano has launched his season average over 300 as he went 2 for 3 last night and is batting .462 with 5 home runs, 20 RBIs over the last 20 games. As a team, the Yankees have heated up at the plate and are now just 2.5 games behind Detroit for the AL wildcard. It's the Royals and the Yankees in the second of 3, Davies versus Hughes. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You could see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The New York Yankees and the Kansas City Royals continue their 3-game series at Yankee Stadium today. A-Rod is still stuck on 499 homers, but the Yankees have the hottest bats in baseball. This afternoon, they'll face the Kansas City Royals after a 7-1 rout last night. Kyle Davies makes his Royals debut, and Phil Hughes makes his first start off the DL. Game time set for 1:05 at Yankee Stadium. With last night's 7-1 win, the Yankees have scored 50 runs in their last 5 games. The Bronx Bombers broke the game open in a 3-run 6. 2 runs came in on a bizarre at-bat from Melky Cabrera.
Melky hits one hard off of the pitch of Braun, and the ball deflects into the stands. And that's going to be a ground rule double. So the Yankees will get a couple of runs. They're going to come out and check on Braun here. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
I was just thinking the same thing. I've never seen a ground rule double hit off of a pitcher before that actually made the seats.
Jin-Ming Wong won his 13th game, and the red-hot Yanks are a Major League best 16-7 since the All-Star break. Odalis Perez's record fell to 6-10 as he allowed 4 runs in 5 innings. Reliever Ryan Braun did not fare any better in yielding 3 runs in 3 innings. The only item of note for the last-place Royals was that they ended a 33-inning base-on-ball drought when Mark Grudzielanek drew a free pass. Kyle Davies, recently acquired for Octavio Dotel from Atlanta, will make his first start as an American leaguer. The 23-year-old's last outing was against the Reds on July 16th when he faced only 5 batters. He walked 3 and was pulled without recording an out. Philip Hughes is considered the crown jewel of Yankee pitching prospects. Hughes was activated from the DL to make this afternoon's start. He has not pitched in the majors since May 1st. Royals captain Mike Sweeney took batting practice at the stadium yesterday. His surgically repaired knee responded well, and he's hopeful he will make a full recovery. Robinson Cano has launched his season average over 300 as he went 2 for 3 last night and is batting .462 with 5 home runs, 20 RBIs over the last 20 games. As a team, the Yankees have heated up at the plate and are now just 2.5 games behind Detroit for the AL wildcard. It's the Royals and the Yankees in the second of 3, Davies versus Hughes. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You could see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The New York Yankees and the Kansas City Royals continue their 3-game series at Yankee Stadium today. A-Rod is still stuck on 499 homers, but the Yankees have the hottest bats in baseball. This afternoon, they'll face the Kansas City Royals after a 7-1 rout last night. Kyle Davies makes his Royals debut, and Phil Hughes makes his first start off the DL. Game time set for 1:05 at Yankee Stadium. With last night's 7-1 win, the Yankees have scored 50 runs in their last 5 games. The Bronx Bombers broke the game open in a 3-run 6. 2 runs came in on a bizarre at-bat from Melky Cabrera.
Melky hits one hard off of the pitch of Braun, and the ball deflects into the stands. And that's going to be a ground rule double. So the Yankees will get a couple of runs. They're going to come out and check on Braun here. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
I was just thinking the same thing. I've never seen a ground rule double hit off of a pitcher before that actually made the seats.
Jin-Ming Wong won his 13th game, and the red-hot Yanks are a Major League best 16-7 since the All-Star break. Odalis Perez's record fell to 6-10 as he allowed 4 runs in 5 innings. Reliever Ryan Braun did not fare any better in yielding 3 runs in 3 innings. The only item of note for the last-place Royals was that they ended a 33-inning base-on-ball drought when Mark Grudzielanek drew a free pass. Kyle Davies, recently acquired for Octavio Dotel from Atlanta, will make his first start as an American leaguer. The 23-year-old's last outing was against the Reds on July 16th when he faced only 5 batters. He walked 3 and was pulled without recording an out. Phillip Hughes is considered the crown jewel of Yankee pitching prospects. Hughes was activated from the DL to make this afternoon's start. He has not pitched in the majors since May 1st. Royals captain Mike Sweeney took batting practice at the stadium yesterday. His surgically repaired knee responded well, and he's hopeful he will make a full recovery. Robinson Cano has launched his season average over 300 as he went 2 for 3 last night and is batting .462 with 5 home runs, 20 RBIs over the last 20 games. As a team, the Yankees have heated up at the plate and are now just 2.5 games behind Detroit for the AL wildcard. It's the Royals and the Yankees in the second of 3, Davies versus Hughes. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The New York Yankees and the Kansas City Royals continue their 3-game series at Yankee Stadium today. A-Rod is still stuck on 499 homers, but the Yankees have the hottest bats in baseball. This afternoon, they'll face the Kansas City Royals after a 7-1 rout last night. Kyle Davies makes his Royals debut, and Phil Hughes makes his first start off the DL. Game time set for 1:05 at Yankee Stadium. With last night's 7-1 win, the Yankees have scored 50 runs in their last 5 games. The Bronx Bombers broke the game open in a 3-run 6. 2 runs came in on a bizarre at-bat from Melky Cabrera.
Melky hits one hard off of the pitch of Braun, and the ball deflects into the stands. And that's going to be a ground rule double. So the Yankees will get a couple of runs. They're going to come out and check on Braun here. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
I was just thinking the same thing. I've never seen a ground rule double hit off of a pitcher before that actually made the seats.
Chien-Ming Wang won his 13th game, and the red-hot Yanks are a Major League best 16-7 since the All-Star break. Odalis Perez's record fell to 6-10 as he allowed 4 runs in 5 innings. Reliever Ryan Braun did not fare any better in yielding 3 runs in 3 innings. The only item of note for the last-place Royals was that they ended a 33-inning base-on-ball drought when Mark Grudzielanek drew a free pass. Kyle Davies, recently acquired for Octavio Dotel from Atlanta, will make his first start as an American leaguer. The 23-year-old's last outing was against the Reds on July 16th when he faced only 5 batters. He walked 3 and was pulled without recording an out. Phillip Hughes is considered the crown jewel of Yankee pitching prospects. Hughes was activated from the DL to make this afternoon's start. He has not pitched in the majors since May 1st. Royals captain Mike Sweeney took batting practice at the stadium yesterday. His surgically repaired knee responded well, and he's hopeful he will make a full recovery. Robinson Cano has launched his season average over 300 as he went 2 for 3 last night and is batting .462 with 5 home runs, 20 RBIs over the last 20 games. As a team, the Yankees have heated up at the plate and are now just 2.5 games behind Detroit for the AL wildcard. It's the Royals and the Yankees in the second of 3, Davies versus Hughes. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The New York Yankees and the Kansas City Royals continue their 3-game series at Yankee Stadium today. A-Rod is still stuck on 499 homers, but the Yankees have the hottest bats in baseball. This afternoon, they'll face the Kansas City Royals after a 7-1 rout last night. Kyle Davies makes his Royals debut, and Phil Hughes makes his first start off the DL. Game time set for 1:05 at Yankee Stadium. With last night's 7-1 win, the Yankees have scored 50 runs in their last 5 games. The Bronx Bombers broke the game open in a 3-run 6. 2 runs came in on a bizarre at-bat from Melky Cabrera.
Melky hits one hard off of the pitch of Braun, and the ball deflects into the stands. And that's going to be a ground rule double. So the Yankees will get a couple of runs. They're going to come out and check on Braun here. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
I was just thinking the same thing. I've never seen a ground rule double hit off of a pitcher before that actually made the seats.
Chien-Ming Wang won his 13th game, and the red-hot Yanks are a Major League best 16-7 since the All-Star break. Odalis Perez's record fell to 6-10 as he allowed 4 runs in 5 innings. Reliever Ryan Braun did not fare any better in yielding 3 runs in 3 innings. The only item of note for the last-place Royals was that they ended a 33-inning base-on-ball drought when Mark Grudzielanek drew a free pass. Kyle Davies, recently acquired for Octavio Dotel from Atlanta, will make his first start as an American leaguer. The 23-year-old's last outing was against the Reds on July 16th when he faced only 5 batters. He walked 3 and was pulled without recording an out. Phillip Hughes is considered the crown jewel of Yankee pitching prospects. Hughes was activated from the DL to make this afternoon's start. He has not pitched in the majors since May 1st. Royals captain Mike Sweeney took batting practice at the stadium yesterday. His surgically repaired knee responded well, and he's hopeful he will make a full recovery. Robinson Cano has launched his season average over 300 as he went 2 for 3 last night and is batting .462 with 5 home runs, 20 RBIs over the last 20 games. As a team, the Yankees have heated up at the plate and are now just 2.5 games behind Detroit for the AL wildcard. It's the Royals and the Yankees in the second of 3, Davies versus Hughes. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The New York Yankees and the Kansas City Royals continue their 3-game series at Yankee Stadium today. A-Rod is still stuck on 499 homers, but the Yankees have the hottest bats in baseball. This afternoon, they'll face the Kansas City Royals after a 7-1 rout last night. Kyle Davies makes his Royals debut, and Phil Hughes makes his first start off the DL. Game time set for 1:05 at Yankee Stadium. With last night's 7-1 win, the Yankees have scored 50 runs in their last 5 games. The Bronx Bombers broke the game open in a 3-run 6. 2 runs came in on a bizarre at-bat from Melky Cabrera.
Melky hits one hard off of the pitch of Braun, and the ball deflects into the stands. And that's going to be a ground rule double. So the Yankees will get a couple of runs. They're going to come out and check on Braun here. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
I was just thinking the same thing. I've never seen a ground rule double hit off of a pitcher before that actually made the seats.
Shin-Ming Wong won his 13th game, and the Red Hot Yanks are a Major League best 16-7 since the All-Star break. Dallas Perez's record fell to 6-10 as he allowed 4 runs in 5 innings. Reliever Ryan Braun did not fare any better in yielding 3 runs in 3 innings. The only item of note for the last-place Royals was that they ended a 33-inning base-on-ball drought when Mark Grudzielanek drew a free pass. Kyle Davies, recently acquired for Octavio Dotel from Atlanta, will make his first start as an American leaguer. The 23-year-old's last outing was against the Reds on July 16th when he faced only 5 batters. He walked 3 and was pulled without recording an out. Phillip Hughes is considered the crown jewel of Yankee pitching prospects. Hughes was activated from the DL to make this afternoon's start. He has not pitched in the majors since May 1st. Royals captain Mike Sweeney took batting practice at the stadium yesterday. His surgically repaired knee responded well, and he's hopeful he will make a full recovery. Robinson Cano has launched his season average over 300 as he went 2 for 3 last night and is batting .462 with 5 home runs, 20 RBIs over the last 20 games. As a team, the Yankees have heated up at the plate and are now just 2.5 games behind Detroit for the AL wildcard. It's the Royals and the Yankees in the second of 3, Davies versus Hughes. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You can see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The New York Yankees and the Kansas City Royals continue their 3-game series at Yankee Stadium today. A-Rod is still stuck on 499 homers, but the Yankees have the hottest bats in baseball. This afternoon, they'll face the Kansas City Royals after a 7-1 rout last night. Kyle Davies makes his Royals debut, and Phil Hughes makes his first start off the DL. Game time set for 1:05 at Yankee Stadium. With last night's 7-1 win, the Yankees have scored 50 runs in their last 5 games. The Bronx Bombers broke the game open in a 3-run 6. 2 runs came in on a bizarre at-bat from Melky Cabrera.
Melky hits one hard off of the pitch of Braun, and the ball deflects into the stands. And that's going to be a ground rule double. So the Yankees will get a couple of runs. They're going to come out and check on Braun here. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
I was just thinking the same thing. I've never seen a ground rule double hit off of a pitcher before that actually made the seats.
Shin-Ming Wong won his 13th game, and the Red Hot Yanks are a Major League best 16-7 since the All-Star break. Dallas Perez's record fell to 6-10 as he allowed 4 runs in 5 innings. Reliever Ryan Braun did not fare any better in yielding 3 runs in 3 innings. The only item of note for the last-place Royals was that they ended a 33-inning base-on-ball drought when Mark Grudzielanek drew a free pass. Kyle Davies, recently acquired for Octavio Dotel from Atlanta, will make his first start as an American leaguer. The 23-year-old's last outing was against the Reds on July 16th when he faced only 5 batters. He walked 3 and was pulled without recording an out. Phillip Hughes is considered the crown jewel of Yankee pitching prospects. Hughes was activated from the DL to make this afternoon's start. He has not pitched in the majors since May 1st. Royals captain Mike Sweeney took batting practice at the stadium yesterday. His surgically repaired knee responded well, and he's hopeful he will make a full recovery. Robinson Cano has launched his season average over 300 as he went 2 for 3 last night and is batting .462 with 5 home runs, 20 RBIs over the last 20 games. As a team, the Yankees have heated up at the plate and are now just 2.5 games behind Detroit for the AL wildcard. It's the Royals and the Yankees in the second of 3, Davies versus Hughes. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You could see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The New York Yankees and the Kansas City Royals continue their 3-game series at Yankee Stadium today. A-Rod is still stuck on 499 homers, but the Yankees have the hottest bats in baseball. This afternoon, they'll face the Kansas City Royals after a 7-1 rout last night. Kyle Davies makes his Royals debut, and Phil Hughes makes his first start off the DL. Game time set for 1:05 at Yankee Stadium. With last night's 7-1 win, the Yankees have scored 50 runs in their last 5 games. The Bronx Bombers broke the game open in a 3-run 6. 2 runs came in on a bizarre at-bat from Melky Cabrera.
Melky hits one hard off of the pitch of Braun, and the ball deflects into the stands. And that's going to be a ground rule double. So the Yankees will get a couple of runs. They're going to come out and check on Braun here. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
I was just thinking the same thing. I've never seen a ground rule double hit off of a pitcher before that actually made the seats.
Shin-Ming Wong won his 13th game, and the red-hot Yanks are a Major League best 16-7 since the All-Star break. Dallas Perez's record fell to 6-10 as he allowed 4 runs in 5 innings. Reliever Ryan Braun did not fare any better in yielding 3 runs in 3 innings. The only item of note for the last-place Royals was that they ended a 33-inning base-on-ball drought when Mark Grudzielanek drew a free pass. Kyle Davies, recently acquired for Octavio Dotel from Atlanta, will make his first start as an American leaguer. The 23-year-old's last outing was against the Reds on July 16th when he faced only 5 batters. He walked 3 and was pulled without recording an out. Phillip Hughes is considered the crown jewel of Yankee pitching prospects. Hughes was activated from the DL to make this afternoon's start. He has not pitched in the majors since May 1st. Royals captain Mike Sweeney took batting practice at the stadium yesterday. His surgically repaired knee responded well, and he's hopeful he will make a full recovery. Robinson Cano has launched his season average over 300 as he went 2 for 3 last night and is batting .462 with 5 home runs, 20 RBIs over the last 20 games. As a team, the Yankees have heated up at the plate and are now just 2.5 games behind Detroit for the AL wildcard. It's the Royals and the Yankees in the second of 3, Davies versus Hughes. First pitch is set for 1:05 p.m. at Yankee Stadium. You could see it live on MLB.tv, beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern. The New York Yankees and the Kansas City Royals continue their 3-game series at Yankee Stadium today. A-Rod is still stuck on 499 homers, but the Yankees have the hottest bats in baseball. This afternoon, they'll face the Kansas City Royals after a 7-1 rout last night. Kyle Davies makes his Royals debut, and Phil Hughes makes his first start off the DL. Game time set for 1:05 at Yankee Stadium. With last night's 7-1 win, the Yankees have scored 50 runs in their last 5 games. The Bronx Bombers broke the game open in a 3-run 6. 2 runs came in on a bizarre at-bat from Melky Cabrera.
Melky hits one hard off of the pitch of Braun, and the ball deflects into the stands. And that's going to be a ground rule double. So the Yankees will get a couple of runs. They're going to come out and check on Braun here. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching, yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
Way into the ballpark, Mariano Rivera and Alex Rodriguez, and maybe a future star on the horizon. Phil Hughes, today's starting pitcher, will get the call for the Yankees in Game 2 of this series. And the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. This afternoon, it's the Yankees and the Kansas City Royals in Game 2 of a 3-game series here at the ballpark in the Bronx. Hi, everybody. I'm Ken Singleton, along with Bobby Mercer and John Flaherty. We do have Game 2 for you. Last night, the Yankees won 7-1 in the opening game of the series, and the second baseman for the Yankees has been on fire for a long time. I'm talking about Robinson Cano.
I'm talking about this whole ball club. Yeah, let's feature Robinson Cano. Cano's got his average up over 300 now after starting a very slow April and May. He's got 11 home runs with that home run last night. He also has put the ball in play up the middle. That is the strength of Robinson Cano, is to put the ball in play opposite way. Not only has he been great offensively, but he made the play of the night last night, robbing a Kansas City Royal of a base hit.
The last 20 games since July 15th, Robinson Cano has really been playing well. His average up at 462, 13 extra base hits, 20 RBIs, and 20 runs scored in 20 ball games. Well, let's talk about Phil Hughes, who's making the start for the Yankees today. This is his third major league start. He's 1-1. He lost to Toronto and beat Texas, but they're expecting a lot from this young man, Flash.
Well, they certainly are. I mean, obviously, last time, May 1st in Texas, he had the no-hitter going for 6+ innings. The Yankees love his stuff, a good changeup right there, the power curveball, a great strikeout pitch, but they also love the way he handles himself out on the mound. He's a pure #1 type pitcher. The Yankees happy to have him back. Now they feel good about the 5 starters that they have. There you saw the hamstring went on him. He made 5 rehab starts in the minor leagues. His legs are healthy, his arm is healthy, and the Yankees are happy to have him back.
Here's our New York Lottery pitching matchup for this afternoon. Kyle Davies, recently acquired from the Atlanta Braves, will make his American League debut this afternoon against the Yankees. And Phil Hughes, with a record of 1-1, gets the start for the Yankees this afternoon. Speaking of Phil Hughes, just 21 years old and making his first start since May the 1st. The Yankees are hoping he can show the form that he showed against the Texas Rangers. We're going to break down Phil Hughes when we come back. Flash and I will get the job done. The Yankees and the Royals getting ready for Game 2 of the series. There is the stadium in all its glory. Should be another big crowd on hand as the Yankees and the Royals look to do some business on a glorious day for baseball. Hi, everybody. I'm Ken Singleton along with John Flaherty. The legend, Bobby Mercer, will be joining us in just a moment. Let's talk a little bit about Phil Hughes will be on the mound today for the first time since May the 1st. And Flash, what are the Yankees looking for from this youngster?
Well, you know, obviously the last time they saw him in Texas on May 1st, he was throwing a no-hitter. But what you love about this graphic, only the 48 innings pitched. So the Yankees right now have a young, fresh arm for the last 2 months of the season. And the Yankees were projecting him to throw about 180 innings this year. So the innings pitched is not going to be a factor. They can run him out there probably on a 100 pitch count limit today. And it's almost like Brian Cashman went out and acquired a powerful arm at the trade deadline, although he was already in your system.
Hughes has a good fastball, an excellent curveball, and an emerging changeup. So the Yankees are looking for good things from him this afternoon. We've got lineups, first pitch, and baseball coming up next right here on Yes. Yankees baseball and Yes is brought to you in part by Avis, the official rental car company of the Yankees. Infiniti, who uses the power of design to create dynamic, beautiful automobiles. And by Halloween. In theaters everywhere, Friday, August 31st. Another warm one this afternoon here at the stadium. The Yankees and the Royals. We mentioned this is game 2, and Phil Hughes on the hill, at least at the major league level, for the first time since May the 1st in Texas. And he'll face this Royals starting lineup, as always presented by Rico. At the very top, it's going to be David DeJesus batting in the second spot, the veteran Bart Grzelcyk. Since July the 17th, .448 with a home run and 9 runs batted in. That's been in 14 ball games. Back in the third slot this afternoon is Martin. He'll be in right field. Billy Butler, the young designated hitter, will bat fourth. Ross Glow will be at first base. Then comes another rookie, Alex Gordon, at third. Tony Pena will be at shortstop. Joey Gathright, the speedster, in left field. And Jason LaRue will get the start. He'll catch today and bat ninth.
The Royal lineup, we're going to go to work against Phil Hughes, making his third start. The record of 1-1, the nice ERA. Not a whole lot of numbers there, but they're awfully impressive. The 11 strikeouts in the 10 innings, and he's had his 5 rehab starts. So we're going to take a look at our Land Rover pitcher scatter report. Welcome back. Hasn't pitched at the big league level in a few months. Made 5 rehab starts. Everything looks good. And the arm is fresh. The legs are healthy now. The hamstring problems behind him. The ankle problems behind him. He's got a fresh arm. And it's like Brian Cashman went out and made a late season acquisition. Now the Yankee rotation is locked and loaded for the last 2 months of this season.
Let's check out the Yankees defensively behind Phil Hughes this afternoon. Defense and pitching go hand in hand. It's going to be the outfield from left to right. Matsui in left, Cabrera in center, Abreu in right, Rodriguez, Jeter, Cano, and Betemit making his first career start at first base. Wilson Betemit, recently acquired from the Dodgers. And it's going to be Jorge Posada catching, and of course Phil Hughes pitching. There is Wilson Betemit breaking into first baseman's glove. And usually plays short, second. He can play some third base as well. But this afternoon finds himself on the receiving end of the throws from the rest of the Yankee infielders. Just about ready to start the ball game. David DeJesus will lead it off, as he has been doing so well for these Kansas City Royals all season long. His average at .284. 5 home runs, 44 runs batted in. So welcome back to Phil Hughes. This will be his first start at the big league level and the first pitch since May the 1st in Texas. And it is in there for a call strike. That night in Texas, he was very impressive against a good hitting Rangers lineup. And he went through them like a hot knife through butter. Curveball drops in for a strike. And today, speaking of hot, how about today's weather? I thought that rain last night would cool things off, but it hasn't. It's 87 degrees, well, maybe a little bit. Humidity at 55%, the wind at 8 miles per hour, and clear skies. That's the forecast. That's good. Here's the 0-2 pitch. And it's popped in the air, and this is going to reach the seats, and it's out of play. No balls and 2 strikes. 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Fans IO Digital Cable is the exclusive official HD sponsor for Yankees telecast on Yes. So Phil Hughes ahead on the count. No balls and 2 strikes. This is his first start ever against the Kansas City Royals. And just a little bit outside. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Umpiring crew this afternoon behind home plate is Jerry Meals. Adam Dowdy will be at first. Gary Darling, well, he's the crew chief. He's at second. Larry Poncino will be around at third. Another pitch fouled back by DeJesus. Yankees baseball is broadcast in Spanish. It's available by hitting the SAP button on your television. SAP is brought to you by Toyota, a smart way to keep moving forward. Well, the Royals getting a close look at Phil Hughes. They've never seen him before, maybe on tape, but that's about it, not in person. Here's the 1-2 pitch to DeJesus. Curveball hit on the ground to second for Robinson Cano. He's up on it, throws on the first, and DeJesus is retired for out number 1 in the game.
Talked about Robbie's play last night, the play of the game, and I don't know that there's any second baseman that I can remember that can make the play like Robinson can, going to his right and throwing across his body. I asked Larry Boa about that today. I said, have you seen anybody? I figured Boa had seen somebody to be able to do this. This is the play we're talking about. He's almost at the shortstop position on the grass out there. But more importantly, how he throws across his body with his momentum going the opposite way and throws it hard and throws a strike.
Even he had a little smile on his face after that play. And certainly I know Larry Boa had one, but he's the one that's been in charge of turning Robinson Cano into a possible Gold Glove second baseman. Speaking of a Gold Glove second baseman, he's at the plate. It's Mark Grudzielanek. He won the Gold Glove last year for the first time, and he's been swinging a pretty golden bat lately too. His average up at 309, 5 home runs, 37 runs batted in. Since coming off the knee surgery, he's hitting at 412. Here's a swing and a miss, and it's a ball and a strike on the veteran second baseman. So Grudzielanek, since coming off the DL, is 35 for 85.
But look at the good fastball, and more importantly, the good location down and away where Posada's setting up, and Phil Hughes just peppers his glove right there.
1-1 pitch hits that outside corner again. It's 1-2. Now, Flash, how important it is for we know how important it is to hit the target, but the confidence is just sitting out there on the corner. The pitcher can get it there.
Well, that's one of the things, you know, when you talk about a Mike Mussina start, always a good sign is when he can hit that outside corner. Phil Hughes is kind of driving the ball right on that corner down and away.
Fastball swung on and missed, strike 3. So first strikeout of the afternoon for Phil Hughes as he punches out the veteran Mark Grudzielanek.
And you see it registers 91 miles an hour on the radar gun, but it plays harder than that. It's a nice compact delivery, and the ball just explodes through the strike zone. You see Jorge sitting up away. It actually misses middle of the plate, but it has enough late life on the ball that Grudzielanek can't catch up.
2 up and 2 down, and it'll bring the third place hitter to the plate. That's going to be Martin, the right fielder. And curveball drops in low for ball 1. Tien last year was the third baseman. Five home runs, 45 runs batted in. Phil Hughes picking up where he left off in Texas a few months ago. That curve drops in for a strike. And Bobby, right away we see some of the weapons that Phil Hughes has. Good fastball. He can get his curveball over. We haven't seen a changeup yet, but that's the pitch he's starting to refine and to become a complete pitcher.
Yeah, what do you do from a hitter standpoint? I mean, he is mixing all these pitches up, and he's throwing them for strikes. You can't just go in there and sit down and say, I'm going to use the fastball. I mean, he is got pinpoint control right now. This is what we saw in Texas on May the 1st when he was pitching a no-hitter through 7th and 3rd.
That last pitch was right to the glove of Jorge Posada. Jorge could have been blindfolded on that when the ball would have hit the glove. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And it's fouled off, spoiled by T, and another good pitch to the outside corner.
One thing the Yankee organization does and does so well is that when there's an injury to one of their players, they don't usually bring them back to the big leagues until they are ready and 100% to go. Now, Hughes had a little bit of a setback because he twisted his ankle down there, so that probably cost him another 2 or 3 weeks. But Phil Hughes actually won the International League Player of the Week during his rehab. That's how good he was pitching.
Another pitch spoiled by Tien, late on the fastball as he fouls it off. Should remind the fans that Phil Hughes is a #1 draft pick by the Yankees going back to 2004. Young man from Santa Ana, California. Into this season, his minor league record was 21-7 with an earned run average of 2.12. You can see why he was highly regarded by scouts all throughout baseball. 1-2 pitch just misses the corner, and the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
See Jorge setting up inside. This ball just doesn't quite get back to the corner. Jerry Meals doesn't like it. It runs back a little bit, but just doesn't get there. It's got to be quite a pleasure for Jorge Posada knowing you have multiple pitches you can go to any time for a strike.
2-2 pitch, little bouncer right back to Hughes. He fields it flawlessly, throws on the first, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. The Royals go in order without getting the ball out of the infield. Joe Torre, Rod Guidry, they have to be impressed, at least this far. Afternoon, and this will be the Yankees starting lineup as Joe Torre wrote it out earlier today, and it's presented by Rico. Johnny Damon at the top. He'll be the designated hitter. Derek Jeter will be at shortstop, batting second. Bobby Abreu, after a night off, back in the lineup, batting in the customary third spot. Alex Rodriguez still looking for home run number 500. He'll be in the cleanup spot at third. Hideki Matsui in left. Jorge Posada doing the catching. Robinson Cano at second base. Wilson Betemit for the first time at first base. And Melky Cabrera with a 9-game hitting streak. Hitting .405 during that streak. He'll be in center field. He'll bat ninth.
Well, the Yankee lineup is going to go to work against a young right-hander, Kyle Davies. You see the numbers this year with the Atlanta Braves. 17 starts, the high ERA 5.76. Strikeouts not too bad, and the walks are up there too, 44 in 86 innings. So we'll look at our Land Rover pitcher scouting report. He gets a chance to make a first impression on the Kansas City Royals right here. And sometimes a change of scenery isn't the worst thing. Dayton Moore, the general manager of the Kansas City Royals, was with the Braves. He liked Davies and brings him over here to work with Bob McClure, the pitching coach. But his pitch count is always high, 17.4 per inning.
First pitch to Johnny Damon leading it off is in there for a called strike. So Kyle Davies with a good fastball, low to mid-90s. Decent curveball as well. There's another fastball, and this one's just inside. It's a ball and a strike. Damon last night had a couple of hits, scored a couple of runs, and also drove in a run as the Yankees won the first game of the series 7-1. 1-1 pitch, broken bat, and it's a foul ball towards the seats and out of play. Johnny's going to have to get a new piece of lumber. Let's check out the Royals on defense.
Well, defensively for the Royals, Gathright with speed in left field, DeJesus in center field, Tien in right field. Glode, Grudzielanek, Pena, Gordon around the horn, and Jason LaRue gets the starting assignment behind the home plate.
There is Grudzielanek. We mentioned that he did win the Gold Glove last year in the American League. Veteran second baseman. Maybe his range has been cut down somewhat because of a couple of knee surgeries recently. Damon takes a pitch inside. Count levels off at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Johnny got a 4-game hitting streak as he steps in. He's got his average up over the 250 mark at 256, so he's been moving in the right direction of late. Getting on base, scoring some runs. Next pitch, and there's a full count.
If you're Dayton Moore, the general manager of the Kansas City Royals, you made this trade because you like this young right-hander's stuff, and you're hoping that he comes over here and maybe a change of scenery, a new pitching coach, he might be able to figure it out. Throws hard, throws all 4 pitches.
Payoff pitch to Damon is fouled off. He spoils another one. That trade, by the way, that Flash was talking about, Davies came over to the Kansas City Royals in exchange for Octavio Dotel, who was the Braves are looking to shore up their bullpen as they make the run for the title in the National League Eastern Division, trying to run down the Mets, stay ahead of the Phillies. Once again, the 3-2 pitch to Johnny Damon, and he lines another one foul. This is Johnny Damon at his best, making a pitcher work. Once again, the 3-2 pitch, and Damon hits a hot smash to second, 1 hop for Grudzielanek. He backhands, throws the first, and Johnny Damon's retired, 1 down. But still a lengthy at bat for Johnny Damon, and a lot of chances for the hitters behind him to see just exactly what Kyle Davis is featuring this afternoon. And here's the Yankee captain, Derek Jeter. 327, that's 7th in the American League. And one more home run for Derek Jeter. He'll tie Tino Martinez on the all-time Yankee list. Derek steps in with 191 in his career. Tino currently stands in 13th place on the list. Davies deals, and it's foul tipped into the glove of the catcher Jason LaRue, and that's strike 1.
You figured this would be a pretty good matchup for the Yankees offensively. Davies throws a lot of pitches, averages over 17 an inning. The Yankees have that reputation of working a pitcher, making him throw strikes. You would figure that the middle of this ball game, 5th, 6th inning, they'll be looking at the bullpen.
That's inside, a ball and a strike. And Davies, out of high school, was signed by the Braves. Picked in the 4th round. Now, originally, he was scheduled to go to Georgia Tech and pitch for the Yellow Jackets. 1-1 pitch to Jeter, and an off-speed pitch is swung on and missed, and it's 1-2. But instead, the Braves drafted him. The Atlanta Braves do a great job of scouting their area and getting local players on their ball club. The best example I can think of is Jeff Rancourt, their right fielder.
Brian McCann, the catcher, is also a local product.
Davies ahead on the count, 1-2. Breaking ball is topped foul by Jeter. Count remains a ball and 2 strikes. Once again, we've got an enthusiastic crowd on hand here at Yankee Stadium, as the Yankees and the Royals are in the middle game of this series. Another warm summer afternoon. And can't be at the ballpark. I hope you will stay with us right here on Yes. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and Jeter hits this one hard towards center field. It's going to drop in front of DeJesus, and Derek Jeter has a 1-out single. That's the first hit of the ball game.
Well, Derek Jeter around the batting cage today telling me that he just didn't feel 100% comfortable, but Davies makes a mistake right here with a fastball when he gets ahead in the count. And Derek said, you know what, I don't feel good during BP, but I'll be ready at 1 o'clock. And certainly he was. So a nice at bat for Derek Jeter, getting himself back on track.
You know, Bobby, that's so true. Sometimes in batting practice you don't do a thing, but when the game time comes, all of a sudden you're all locked in. I guess it depends on who you're facing.
Well, I think you also get a shot of adrenaline, you know, when the game starts. I mean, batting practice is mainly for just to loosen up a little bit and get ready for the game. But when that game starts, it's just a little bit different mentality, and also the body reacts a little bit differently.
Here's Bobby Abreu batting the 3rd spot, and he takes the first pitch way upstairs for ball 1. Abreu's been hot. He's 6 for his last 11. It's on this homestand. And he's also driven in 15 runs in his last 11 games. He's got 10 home runs, 66 runs batted in on the season. So Kyle Davies, his first start with the Kansas City Royals. His career in the National League, 14-21. Next pitch, and that misses. 2 balls and no strikes. He thought he had a strike on that one. One thing Buddy Bell did do in last night's ball game, now the Yankees won 7-1. The Royals only used 2 pitchers in the game, so his bullpen should be pretty fresh outside of Ryan Braun. There's the Royals manager, Buddy Bell. That pitch is low, and it's 3 balls and no strikes on Abreu. On deck, Alex Rodriguez. .3-0 pitch, and it's high away, and there are 2 on with 1 out, and A-Rod will come to the plate. Of course, Alex Rodriguez, 499 home runs. The Yankee fans on their feet, encouraging A-Rod to reach the 500 club. There are the special balls put in play. So whoever gets the souvenir, they can verify the fact that that is one of the balls that Alex Rodriguez has hit out of the ballpark. A-Rod, years ago, when he was playing for the Seattle Mariners, hit his first career home run against the Kansas City Royals and Flash Gordon. Looked like a breaking ball that didn't have the bite that Flash usually has, and that was back in 1995. Number 1. Now he stands at 499 as he steps in against Kyle Davies with 2 on and 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning. A-Rod did drive in a run last night, sacrifice fly. He also had a double. The RBI was his 105th of the season. But the fans want today to be today that he reaches the 500 home run club. First pitch is hit high in the air, deep to left field. If this is fair, it could be. It is number 500 for Alex Rodriguez. Puts the Yankees in front. Well, A-Rod took away all the suspense. The first pitch he saw this afternoon, he deposits in the lower deck in left field, and the Yankees take a 3-0 lead as Alex Rodriguez becomes the 22nd player, and there's the fan who got the ball, in Major League history to hit 500 home runs. Congratulations, Alex Rodriguez.
Last guy to do it is the Yankee, Mickey Mantle. But you could just see Alex in the last 3 or 4 games. I mean, you know, he was swinging the bat good. He was lining the ball to the opposite field. He was hitting the ball hard. It was just a matter of time, and that time came this afternoon.
Back to the game, and here's Hideki Matsui. He takes a pitch for a call strike. So the Yankees jump out to a 3-0 lead on this swing.
Well, Bobby Abreu took 4 straight balls, and Alex Rodriguez, he didn't waste any time by looking at one. The first pitch he got right down the middle. Just a question of whether it was going to stay fair or go foul.
Oh, by the way, that was home run number 36 this season. No balls and 2 strikes on Matsui as Davies delivers. It's outside for ball. And by the way, that's 1 more home run he hit all last year. The crowd's still buzzing here at the stadium, as you might expect. They have seen history. That's outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
It's funny when you think about players who have hit the 500th home run, and you can see the home runs as a Yankee right here. Ruth Mantle and Alex Rodriguez today. You see players who hit 500 home runs, it's usually at the end of their career. Alex Rodriguez has plenty to go, and you start thinking towards 600, possibility getting to 700. You never know beyond that.
Matsui lines one over first and towards the corner. This could be in there for extra bases. Running it down is Tien. He has a good arm, but not good enough to get Matsui, who's in with a stand-up double.
Take another look at the Alex Rodriguez home run, number 500. Davies trying to sneak a fastball inside, and number 500 now, and that put the Yankees ahead 3-0.
And
boy, you could just see the relief and A-Rod's face and the smile on all of his teammates, and there's been so much pressure, you know, each and every day. When are you going to hit the home run? When are you going to hit the home run? And he knew it was going to come soon. He just couldn't predict when.
How many times you see a home run right after a walk, too? 4 straight pitches out of the zone. Flash, you made a good analogy there, because usually pitchers trying to reestablish the strike zone. He threw one right down the middle, and Alex was waiting. Youngest player ever to get the 500 home runs.
Yeah, really, the question was, Alex, who had never faced Davies, was he going to take a look at the first pitch and then go to work after that? The 4 straight to Bobby Abreu. He went up there looking for a fastball, and he got it, and was able to drive it out of here.
So his first against the Royals and his 500th against Kansas City. And he becomes the second Yankee to hit the 500th here at Yankee Stadium. Mickey Mantle did it. As Posada steps in, takes a pitch for a strike. Jorge with a 5-game hitting streak. Well, you could hear as that ball was in the air, the crowd, just the crescendo of the roar, just going higher and higher until they knew it was a fair ball and into the seats. Then all heck broke loose. Posada takes a pitch for a called strike, and it's 1-1.
And I know A-Rod wanted to do it here at Yankee Stadium. He wanted to do it in front of his home team crowd, and he was pressing to do that after tomorrow's game. The Yankees headed off to Toronto. But great for Yankee Stadium, great for the history of this ball club and the franchise, for him to get it here at Yankee Stadium.
Little bouncer towards second. Grzelcyk on the back end, throws across the body, picks up out number 2. On the play, Matsui will move to third. Let's take another look at this home run. A-Rod just trying to make sure if it stays fair, and now he realizes 500 is in the books, along with his Yankee teammates. What are you saying about 10 yards fair?
10, 15 yards fair. And Alex knew he hit it well enough. He just didn't know if it was going to hook foul or stay fair. And obviously it does stay fair. And from his batting practice today, they're all line drives. And then you get in the game first swing, he drives it out of here. So see the excitement from Alex Rodriguez.
Shelly Duncan says, well, you got 100 times more home runs than me.
495 more for Shelly.
Cano hits one well. The right center field. DeJesus on the run, and this one is up against the wall. Matsui scores. Cano turns at second. He's headed for third, and he slides in with a triple as the Yankees take a 4-0 lead. Well, welcome to the American League, Kyle Davies.
Robbie Cano with another RBI. He's had at least one RBI in each of the last 6 games, and he continues his torrid hitting here in the last month. And Robbie Cano's hitting home runs. He's lining into the gap. This is what he does here with the ball off the right center field wall and good speed. He ends up with a triple.
That will be his 6th triple of the season. And the Yankees have broken out with a 4 spot, and they aren't finished. There's only 2 outs here in the bottom of the first inning, and Wilson Betemit will step in, newly acquired from the Dodgers, and he takes a pitch high for ball 1. One of the reasons why Joe Torre has Betemit in the lineup this afternoon, he's faced Kyle Davies twice in his career. He's hit 2 home runs against him.
2 for 2. That'll get you in the lineup.
That's what Betemit has done with the Dodgers this season. And he takes a pitch, and it's low, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. The other day in his first at bat as a Yankee against the Chicago White Sox, he had a 3-run homer. made himself comfortable here in the Bronx.
Might as well join this hit home run parade.
Swings at a high fastball and doesn't get it. The count is 2 balls and a strike.
We talked about the home run, Kenny, but it was to the left of center field, which was the other way. I mean, that's showing some incredible power. And the one thing Kevin Long, the hitting instructor, has noticed already, he said left-handed Betemit has superb power, and he doesn't have to generate a lot, just has really strong hands.
Fouls this one out of play, and the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now, for those of you who might have missed it, A-Rod didn't. This is home run number 500. It's a fair ball, and he can take that tour for the 500th time in his career. A 3-run homer here in the bottom of the first to give the Yankees a 3-0 lead at the time. Right now they lead 4-0. Another pitch spoiled by Betemit. You can see home plate umpire Jerry Meals, just in case if there was any problem for Larry Poncino, the third base umpire. You are watching history. Another pitch fouled off by Betemit, who started his career in the Braves organization. Last year was traded to the Dodgers and hit 18 home runs, 9 for the Braves, 9 for Los Angeles, and is going to provide the Yankees with some punch off the bench, something that was lacking earlier this year. Today he gets to start at first base. That is called strike 3 as Davies picks up his first American League strikeout. But history this afternoon at Yankee Stadium provided by Alex Rodriguez. His first swing of the afternoon on the first pitch that he saw is home run number 500. You're watching history here on Yes. Career home run number 500. Yes, it's fair. It's been a while since 499, but both of them came against the Kansas City Royals. He homered at Kansas City on the recent road trip. And it's been a little while, but here's a reaction from the Yankee bench. Stay fair. Joe Torre knows it is. Boy, that's a good vantage point from the Yankee dugout, looking down the third baseline. And excitement breaks out in the Yankee dugout and all around the big ballpark in the Bronx. 22nd player in Major League history with 500 home runs. Here's Billy Butler. And first pitch is a call strike from Phil Hughes. Speaking of Joe Torre with that good look at that home run by Alex Rodriguez, he had a good look on the day that Hank Aaron hit his 500th home run. That was July 14th, 1968, because Joe Torre was in the on-deck circle. when the hammer hit his 500. Butler fouls a pitch off, and it's 0-2. And here is the list, with the hammer sitting on top precariously just ahead of Barry Bonds, who is one behind. Then you got some all-time greats on this list. A-Rod joins the club just behind Frank Thomas, who earlier this year reached the 500 mark. Off-speed pitch is a little bit low, and it's a ball and 2 strikes on Billy Butler. It'll be Butler, Glode, and Gordon here in the second inning. Yankees break out with a 4 spot, 3 of those coming on the home run by Alex Rodriguez. Pitch is looped foul and out of play.
Phil Hughes probably saying, I kind of like this here. The last time that I was pitching for the Yankees back in May, they were having trouble scoring runs. The offense was not doing well. The pitching staff was in flux, and now he's back here. The Yankee offense is hot as anybody in baseball. Put you a 4 spot on the bottom of the first inning. That'll let you relax a little bit.
Posada takes a jolt. Foul ball off the mask, and it's 1-2. That game on May the 1st, where Hughes was pitching, the Yankees won that game by a score of 10-1, and he left that game leading 9-0 with that hamstring injury. Hit him in the left leg and pitches high for a ball. It's 2-2. Befell him and sent him to the disabled list, and this is his first start since. He was impressive that night, Bobby. We were there doing that game, and Texas has a good hitting team, and he was making it look easy. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Just off the corner. The count is run full at 3-2. One thing you like is poise. You like his compact delivery, which he can repeat time and time again. He kind of reminds me of the Rocket in his delivery. I don't know if you get that impression, Flash.
Well, the one thing that I like about his delivery, it's so compact, like you said, Kenny, and the ball just jumps on you.
3-2 pitch, and it moves inside, ball 4. So leadoff walk to Billy Butler. He's aboard.
It always amazes me. I mean, a guy like Phil Hughes, he's throwing 90, 92, 93, and the ball just explodes by the hitters. Roger Clemens pitching in that same category right now, about a 90-mile-an-hour fastball. But with his mechanics, he hides the ball so well that it has that late life, as opposed to somebody, let's say a Kyle Farnsworth, who throws 97, 98, but you see the ball so well out of his hand. Phil Hughes has a compact, deceptive delivery and some off-speed pitches to complement that fastball.
Here's his first attempt out of the stretch this afternoon, as he'll face Ross Glode, the first baseman. 1 on, nobody out. Yankees up 4-0. We're in the second. His first pitch is in there for a call strike to Glode.
Yeah, when you're talking from a hitter standpoint, when you talk about that late life as compared to just like a straight fastball, the straight fastball is what it is. It's straight. The late life is it's got a little movement, in the strike zone, and it just sort of zips by you or gets on top of you a little quicker.
Like that. Swung on and missed, and it's 0-2.
And it's a 91-mile-an-hour fastball. And for major league hitters, you see a little movement away right there, like you said, Bobby. But for major league hitters, that doesn't even concern you when you see 90, 91 register on the board. But when you get up there, it just plays a little bit different. It feels like 95, 96.
If it's straight, the 95-mile-an-hour fastball, if it's straight, I don't think it bothers too many major league hitters because they're able to crank up their swing in order to catch up with that kind of fastball.
I think in terms that you guys would certainly respect, it's like a 5-foot putt on flat ground as opposed to the one's got some break to it. Right. Which one is different? Which one's tougher? 1-2 the count on Glode. Posada thought it was strike 3, didn't get the call, and the count is 2-2.
Posada didn't get the call right there, but if you're Phil Hughes and you see he has a couple of words for Jerry Meals behind the plate, it looks like it's off the plate a little bit. But if you're Phil Hughes and Posada, you just got to stick with it, because if you keep hitting that spot, eventually the umpire is going to give you some of those corners later on in the ball game.
2 balls and 2 strikes on Glode. He's been one of the hotter hitters for the Royals of late. Takes call, strike 3. That would have the plate. Second strikeout for Phil Hughes. There's 1 out now here in the second.
It's a majority fastball so far from Phil Hughes. This ball has a little movement back over the plate. Well, the one thing we've noticed so far, he's establishing number one, the fastball, mixing in some off-speed pitches. You would assume the second and third time around you might see some more changeups, some more curveballs, but right now he's going with number one.
Rookie third baseman Alex Gordon, who's been on the upswing since the beginning of the season. Off-speed pitch, nicely in there for a call strike. Good changeup. Gordon, the last 10 games, hitting at .333. First round draft pick back in 2005, and they projected just about by everybody throughout baseball to become one of the stars of the game. This could be a matchup you're going to be seeing for years. Gordon against Hughes.
And one thing we saw from Gordon last night, the ability to drive the ball the other way, get it in the air. He hit a double to the left center field gap. It looks like a natural stroke for him. Pay attention if the Yankees make some adjustments today after seeing his swings last night.
Here's another pitch in there for a strike. And it looks like he got serious after that leadoff walk. 1-2 on Gordon. It'll be interesting to get Roger Clemens' take on the outing by Phil Hughes today. Rocket could give you one of those birthday scouting reports. It's his birthday. Pitch is fouled back just to our left. The Rocket 45 years old today. And you can always tell everybody in the future when his birthday comes around, hey, that's the same day A-Rod hit his 500th home run. And I was there. Didn't give it up, but I was there. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Gordon, and he swings and misses. Strike three. After the walk, successive strikeouts have glowed in Gordon. That'll bring up Tony Pena Jr. 3 strikeouts now for Phil Hughes.
Late movement we were talking about there. He just absolutely throws that ball by Gordon with a couple of strikes. Low, knee high, outside.
You know, we talked about this being like a late season trade or acquisition for the Yankees. And I wonder how many times in the past that when Brian Cashman, the Yankee GM, did talk trade, other teams mentioned Phil Hughes.
Every time.
And then all of a sudden the line went dead. Tony Pena Jr. takes a pitch inside for a ball. And well, from what I've seen, the few times that I've seen Hughes pitch, there's no reason to give him up. Tony Pena at .283, having a good year for these Royals. He too was acquired from the Atlanta Braves. That was towards the end of spring training. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Swung on and missed, and that evens the count at a ball and a strike.
You know, guys, we've seen young pitchers come and go through the years, but you know, when you look at Phil Hughes' pitch, and you talk about control, you talk about his stuff, but look at the look in his eyes right there. I mean, that's a determined young pitcher. It's only his 3rd major league start. Feels very comfortable out on the mound. Knows what he has to do to get the job done. He's a complete package so far.
Pitch is fouled back out of play. The count will move to a ball and 2 strikes. Now, Flash, when he's not going to shake off Posada too many times this afternoon because Posada, of course, is a veteran. But when you're working with a young pitcher like Phil Hughes, have you ever worked with somebody who's had the stuff like he has?
I've worked with pitchers who had the stuff that he has, but that had not had that look in their eye or the control or the ability to pitch to a game plan. I mean, I've noticed Hughes today shaking off Jorge Posada. It's basically a young man who's saying, I know what I'm doing out here, and you know, it's kind of fun to watch right now. Even these hitters are late on his fastball, so he still keeps going to it. It's a polished pitcher.
That's over the outside corner for call strike 3. So after the leadoff walk to Butler, he strands him at first with 3 consecutive strikeouts. Glode, Gordon, and now Pena have struck out. 4 strikeouts for Phil Hughes. plenty of excitement already. A-Rod with home run number 500 in the first inning, and Phil Hughes comes back in the second after walking a batter, strikes out the side, so he's got 4 strikeouts through 2 innings, and A-Rod's got 500 home runs in history on his side. Yankees leading 4-0. We're going to the bottom of the second inning. Melky Cabrera was the only Yankee not to bat in the first inning. And Melky's got himself a 9-game hitting streak as he steps in. 15 for his last 37. Davies delivers, and first pitch is over the outside corner for a call strike. It'll be Cabrera, Damon, and Jeter for the Yankees here in the second inning. Off-speed pitch is rolled foul beyond the Yankee dugout, and the count is 0-2. Today's closed captioning is brought to you by your New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut Lexus dealers. High and away, a ball and 2 strikes on Melky. Melky hits one in the air to left field. Joey Gathright on the move, and he can do that. Comes up with it, and there's 1 out. So Davies retires the first man as he did in the first inning. Now to bring up Johnny Damon. Damon led off the ball game by grounding out to second. While that sounds like he made an out easily, it wasn't an easy out for Davies. He threw a lot of pitches to Johnny Damon, who fouled off pitch after pitch. Then Derek Jeter comes up with a hit. He walked Bobby Abreu. Then he gave up a home run, a double, a ground out, and then a triple. He was worn out after he faced Johnny Damon. Here's the first pitch in there for a strike. It's 0-1 on Damon. Not to say that he's worn out and can't pitch the rest of the game, but just that first inning was a little more taxing than you would think. The first hitter pitches up high, and it's a ball and a strike.
See the pitch count already up to 40, and you're looking at 2 young right-handers. The difference is Davies not able to locate the strikes as often as Hughes. See that changeup off the corner right there, but the velocity pretty much the same. But what a difference in the 2 styles. Phil Hughes pounding the strike zone, Davies having trouble hitting the strike zone, and the results speak for themselves.
Damon fouls one off, and the count is 2-2. I think, Bobby, if you've got a youngster out there, a young man maybe in his early teens, and he wants to be a pitcher, just go out in the backyard. When you're playing catch, play catch with a purpose. You know, just throw the ball to the glove. Just hit the glove. Move the glove around. Throw the ball to the glove. Teach him control. 2-2 pitch. And a broken bat roller to second for Grozalaga. Ball gets to him first. The bat doesn't. And Johnny Damon is out number 2.
One of the things that I'm really puzzled with is the fact that you just don't see too many pitchers who can throw strikes. I mean, they have trouble throwing strikes. They pitch behind most of the time in the count, and you're right, Kenny. And I think the most important thing is to corral your control first, and then you can let it loose. You know, and if you can't throw strikes, you're not going to be able to pitch in the big leagues for very long, anyway.
So with 2 outs, nobody on, to bring up Derek Jeter, who started things off for the Yankees. He scored a run after driving a single to right center field. Abreu walked it, and A-Rod hit that historic homer, number 500 in the first inning. And Jeter takes the low one away for ball 1.
I'm sure if you're Buddy Bell, the manager, and Bob McClure, the pitching coach for the Kansas City Royals, you're probably just letting Davis go out there and do his thing. You know, and kind of evaluate after what he needs to work on. And obviously what we're seeing so far in this game is the ability to throw strikes. But, you know, they're probably just letting this kid do what he does. They'll evaluate it, and then between starts, you start working on some things that you want him to change. Probably mechanically, there are a few issues that they want to clean up and get him to throw more strikes.
That pitch is low for a ball. See, the difference in the trade for the Braves and the Braves are trading for right now. They needed somebody to help them out, try and win the division. The Royals are making a trade for the future, getting a strong arm that maybe they can develop into a winning type major league pitcher in Davies. That pitch is in there for a strike, and it's 3-1 to Jeter. So that's what both teams are trying to get out of this. And of course, Dayton Moore, the GM of the Kansas City Royals, knows the Braves system very well. He was an assistant to John Sherholtz, a longtime Braves GM. 3-1 pitch. Jeter hits it hard. Goes a line. It can't get to it. Jeter has his second hit. He's 2 for 2 this afternoon. And he's aboard with 2 outs.
Well, 2 at-bats and 2 base hits for Derek Jeter. He did it a little differently in each at-bat. He was behind in the count his first at-bat. Got a mistake from Davies and got a base hit here. He got ahead in the count, 3-1. Gets a fastball out over and just able to drive it past the diving Mark Grudzielanek.
Not bad for a guy that wasn't feeling well at batting practice.
Well, he called it, though, Bob. He said, I'll be ready at 1 o'clock. And he certainly was.
Proved that.
Yep.
Gee, if you had all the hits that you had in batting practice in your career, everybody'd be going to the Hall of Fame.
The standards would be a little bit higher, probably.
Here's Bobby Abreu.
10,000 hits in your career.
Yeah. Abreu drew a walk in front of the home run by A-Rod, and the first pitch is inside for ball 1. Abreu has not seen a strike yet today. That's 5 straight pitches out of the strike zone for him. And that's a little bit low. 2 balls and no strikes. Davies falls behind once again. Remember, this is his American League debut, and he makes it at Yankee Stadium. Although he has pitched against American League clubs in interleague play, but he didn't do so well. He was 0-3 against American League teams. Pitch is fouled back. Abreu gets his first swing of the afternoon. The count is 2 balls and a strike.
Well, eventually he's going to figure out it doesn't matter if it's National League or American League. If you pitch behind in the count and you have a fastball that's in the low 90s, there's going to be some damage done out there. Just missing the strike zone with the first 2 pitches to Bobby Abreu. He had a good cut right there and just fouled it off.
2-1 pitch. Fouled straight back this time. The count is 2-2. Mentioned Abreu's been hot. He's 6 for his last 11 on this homestand. Had a great month of July. Hit .353 and drove in 29 runs in the month. That's his career high for runs batted in any month of the season. The weather got hot, and so did Bobby Abreu. Jeter with a comfortable lead at first. Pitch to Abreu is hit in the air to center field. This is going to chase the Jesus back, but he's got room. He turns, makes the catch, and the Yankees retired in their half of the second inning. They pick up a hit from Derek Jeter, but do not score. At the end of 2 on this historic afternoon in the Bronx, the Yankees lead 4-0. Let's take a look at the JR Music and Computer World upcoming schedule tomorrow. Right back here on Yes, the Yankees take on the Royals in the finale of this 3-game series. That's before the Yankees hit the road. They'll play in Toronto. Remember that it's an afternoon game on Monday at Rogers Center, followed by night games on Tuesday and Wednesday. All 3 of those games on Yes and in high definition where available. Here come the Royals in the 3rd inning. Joey Gathright. Got to be aware of the bunt when he comes to the plate. And he takes the first pitch from Phil Hughes, and it's in there for a strike. Gathright recently recalled from the minor leagues. Takes over in the left field. The injury to the veteran Reggie Sanders. Pitch is foul, hit down the left field line, and a long run for Matsui, and this is going to be a fair ball. Gathright with great speed is the second. He turns at second and will slam on the brakes, and it's a leadoff double.
Matsui is acting like he thought it was foul because the way he reacted to that ball down the left field line, he didn't immediately pounce on the ball until he saw the umpire make a fair call. And we'll take a look at it. Fair or foul? And Matsui thought that it was outside the line in the foul territory, and watch his reaction. See, he's still looking back to where the ball hit, and he finally looks back at the umpire and then chases the ball down in left field. He thought it was foul all the way.
It was barely fair if it hit the chalk.
Yeah, it was just barely fair.
I'll tell you what you look for. You look for some chalk to pop up in the air, but we didn't see any. That's Larry Poncino, the third base umpire, who was in charge of making that call. Meanwhile, Gathright, with his speed, I thought he should have been on third base, let alone second.
I think he thought it was going to slice foul as well.
Pitch gets away from Posada, and Gathright will get to third base.
Well, your first thought obviously is a cross-up with the first runner at second base. Take a look at the ball again, and if it does, like you said, Kenny, hit a little bit of chalk, you thought you might see some of it fly up. Hideki Matsui obviously thought it was foul.
That is scored as a wild pitch, and that will move Gathright to third base. So he's at third with nobody out, and the hitter is Jason LaRue, the catcher. LaRue gets the start this afternoon, day game following a night game. John Buck caught last night. There's a swing and a miss on a high fastball. By the way, that's the first hit that Hughes has given up at the major league level in quite a while here. What is it? About eight innings. 1-1 pitch. LaRue is downstairs. Posada throws a third, and Gathright just got back safely. Another set play.
Yeah, that's a play that's predetermined. A sign from Alex Rodriguez and Jorge Posada. You see the good strong throw right on the bag. Bang bang play. Larry Poncino, the third base umpire, doesn't give the call. This is a play you notice that Gathright was taking a big lead. Alex Rodriguez probably noticed it, put a sign on.
There's a pitch for a strike, and it's 1-2. By the way, Hughes had gone 8 in the third. No hit innings until giving up that hit by Gathright. Of course, that 6 1/3 came way back in May. 2-2 pitch is what nice scoop by Posada. Prevent yet another wild pitch, and the count is 3 balls and 2 strikes. You know, speaking of A-Rod hitting that home run, now the umpires can go back to the regular balls for a while.
Yeah.
They don't have to make that exchange anymore. I'm sure A-Rod's happy about it. He wasn't happy because it slowed down the momentum of his at bat while they're making the exchange for the specially marked baseballs. 3-2 pitch is foul off, so they can hold on to those for another
600.
Yeah, for another 100 home runs. Here's a scramble for home run number 500. And you can see the scrum. Looked like a rugby match broke out there in the lower deck and left. And there's a young man who came away with the ball. You got to be young and strong, and he's got to head above the rest of the crowd. And he's got home run number 500.
Where's the ball at?
Yeah. Pitch is popped up. And let's see who's going to call for it. It's Betemit, the first baseman, called off by Cano, who makes the catch. And so far, Gathrat's at third, still now with 1 out.
Good call by Robbie Cano there, knowing that Betemit's first time at first base in his career, and took a little pressure off of him here at Yankee Stadium with this high fly ball and a high sky also to deal with. So Betemit just backs up and Cano takes care of it.
Cano and Betemit talking things over, both of them from the Dominican Republic. Now back to the top of the order, and David DeJesus, who takes a curve and it drops in for a strike. Might have been a straight change. DeJesus led off the ball game by grounding the second.
If you're Phil Hughes, you're thinking about managing this inning, a runner on third with nobody out. You just got a big out in LaRue. If you can get a strikeout here or another pop-up, you could work yourself out of this inning.
Line drive to center field. Well, the Royals will score as Gathrat will trot home with the first run of the afternoon for Kansas City. And DeJesus with the base hit now has a 13-game hitting streak. He is 19 for his last 48, doing the job out of the leadoff spot.
A first pitch strike was an off-speed pitch, and there a fastball just up out over the plate, and the base hit by DeJesus. And you're thinking that run is probably going to score anyway, but you would have traded an out for that run. Fortunately for the Yankees and Phil Hughes, it was a base hit.
One out, one on, and by the way, that 13-game hitting streak for DeJesus over at first is a Royal season high. Here's Grzelcyk. And that pitch is upstairs, ball one. Grzelcyk struck out swinging in the first inning. The Yankees looking for a double play ball to get out of this inning. DeJesus is on the run. The pitch is grounded to the right side. Betemit takes a look at second. No play there. Steps on the bag, and there are 2 outs. So the Royals, with their best hit and run hitter at the plate, trying to get it done. The right side was open. And when you're a hitter like that, you figure, how do I hit the ball to the first base with the whole right side open, with the exception of him?
Well, you know, Buddy Bell, I figures that Hughes is always around the strike zone, so it's a good play for a guy that does that a lot. And Grzelcyk is a guy that he can count on to hit behind the runner, put the runner in play, and stay out of the double play if you can.
Buddy Bell the other day mentioned he's going to resign at the end of this season as the Royals manager. His bench coach to the left is Billy Doran. He might be one of the candidates for the job as the manager to succeed Buddy Bell. Here's Martin. And hits a little looper over third, and it's going to fall in for a base hit. Coming in to score is DeJesus, and Tien's on his way to second with a double. And the Royals score for the second time here in the third inning. It's now a 4-2 ball game. Little bloop shot over Alex Rodriguez at third.
And with 2 outs, Phil Hughes makes a nice pitch in on the hands of Tien. He's known as a hitter who likes to go the other way, doesn't pull the ball too much, so they tried to go inside, and he doesn't hit it well. He just fights it off. Gets himself a 2-out double and an RBI.
So Tien with his 21st double of the year. It shows you the importance of starting the runner. That might have been an inning-ending double play. Instead, the Royals get a runner at second with 2 outs and cash in as Billy Butler comes to the plate. The curveball's outside for ball one. Butler drew a walk in the second inning. And from that point on in the second, Phil Hughes got serious. He struck out Glode, Gordon, and Pena in succession to get out of that problem with the leadoff walk. Another off-speed pitch, and this misses.
And you're seeing a little bit of an adjustment right here from Phil Hughes and Jorge Posada. The 3 hits have all been on fastballs. Phil Hughes established the fastball the first time around. Now the Royal hitters are ready for it. Went to 2 curveballs right there to Butler, but missed on both of them. But probably see some more off-speed pitches coming now. Maybe some change-ups. And he has been working on a slider when he was down in the minor leagues rehabbing. So see if we see that pitch emerge later on in this ball game.
Butler fouls it off. The count is 2 balls and a strike.
Also, it's the second time through the lineup, for Kansas City, and they have never faced Phil Hughes before, so they get a good look at him first time around, get some sort of an idea of what he throws, how the fastball is moving, how the curveball is breaking, etc. And now they're making some adjustments to that.
Two-one pitch on the way, and it's fouled back, and Posada takes yet another jolt off the mask, and the count levels at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Maybe that goes back to the first inning, Bobby, when Hughes was on the mound and taking his warm-up tosses. All the Royals were on the top step watching him warm up and watching him face the first few hitters. Royals have scored twice here in the top of the third to cut the Yankee a 4-run lead in half. Mark Teahen, one of the better hitters on the team with runners in scoring position, although he hasn't been hitting that much lately, comes through in that category again to drive in the second run. He's at second base. Hughes slowing things down here in the third. Off-speed pitch drifts outside. The count goes to 3-2 on Butler. Pitch count is up to 58. 39 strikes, 19 out of the strike zone. A good strike to ball ratio for Phil Hughes. More than 2-1. Teahen takes his lead at second with 2 down. Here's the payoff pitch to Butler. Curveball, bouncing ball right back to Hughes, who snares it. Flips it on to Betabit at first, and the Royals are done, but they score a couple of runs. As we go to the bottom of the third, Alex Rodriguez made history in the bottom of the first. A-Rod will lead off in the bottom of the third when we come back. Can he get 501? Inning, Alex Rodriguez gave the Yankees a 3-0 lead on the 500th home run of his career, and here we go. Number 1 was off Flash Gordon. That was way back on June the 12th, 1995. Nerio Rodriguez gave up number 100. John Garland of the Chicago White Sox still dealing, but he gave up number 200 in 2001. Ramon Ortiz gave up number 300, and so on and so forth down the list. And Kyle Davies this afternoon here at Yankee Stadium gave up number 500. So A-Rod indeed gets it done here at Yankee Stadium. Timeout is called. We're awaiting Gary Darling, the crew chief, to go back to his second base umpiring position. He's ready to go, and so are we here in the bottom of the third. A-Rod's home run was his 36th of the year. They gave him 3 more runs batted in. He's got 108 on the season. First pitch, a little low for ball 1. No ball exchange this time. 32 years, 8 days. Next on the list, Jimmy Fox, and you got Willie Mays, Sammy Sosa, but A-Rod's the youngest to 500. 2 balls and no strikes.
Well, if you want to see some history making, you just hang around Yankee Stadium just for a few days, and you're going to see it, because now Alex Rodriguez, with that 500th home run, he joins 2 other players in Yankee history, Babe Ruth and Mickey Mantle, to hit them as a New York Yankee here at Yankee Stadium. I would say those are pretty good, huh?
Well, Mantle hit his here at the stadium off Stu Miller, and Babe actually hit his 500th in a Yankee uniform, but he did it in Cleveland. Ball for A-Rod. Well, he won't get a chance at 5:01 here as he draws a leadoff walk.
You probably expect Alex Rodriguez to go on a tear now that that home run is over with, and, you know, kind of relax and just get back to the routine of playing baseball. Probably expect good things from him on this upcoming road trip.
I'll tell you what, you got to give the Yankees credit. Bobby was talking about this earlier with all the power the Yankees have shown of late. I mean, they didn't wait around waiting for him to hit home runs. The Yankees hit 19 home runs of their own between 499 and Alex's 500. So the ball club's been clicking. A-Rod's been a spectator until this afternoon. Here's Matsui. And he had a good swing and fouled it back. Hideki Matsui has been one of the hot Yankees. He doubled in the first inning following the home run by Alex Rodriguez.
That's a good point, how the offense has been rolling. And, you know, I talked to Kevin Long today. I said, you have to be the happiest guy at Yankee Stadium, the way your guys are swinging the bats. He actually said, you know what, Derek Jeter's not locked in, and I'm not happy until they're all locked in. And then Derek goes out there and gets 2 hits today. So Kevin Long should be a happy camper.
Toss over the first. By the way, a milestone, maybe not of the magnitude for Alex Rodriguez, but Hideki Matsui's next home run will be his 100th as a Yankee. A-Rod's on the move. The pitch is an off-speed pitch. To throw to second is not in time. He's in there with a stolen base. So A-Rod showing more than just the power. Now the speed.
You know, I was looking at this lineup before today's ball game, and I looked at it, and it was so impressive because there's a lot of diversification there. That's the 58 stolen base for the first, second, third, and fourth batters in this Yankee lineup, along with all the home runs in which they lead the American League in home runs. They have 3 switch hitters in the lineup. They've got speed. They can do a lot of things.
That was stolen base number 13 for A-Rod. He's only been caught twice. A pitch to Matsui gets away from LaRue, and A-Rod hesitated, and rather than take off and not be sure there's nobody out, he holds at second.
Like you said, Kenny, you have to be sure you can get to third base. Nice play by LaRue. He doesn't block it in front of him. It just gets off to the side, but he hustles it up. If you're Alex Rodriguez, you have to be 100% sure, and especially the way this lineup and Matsui, Posada coming up behind him, the way they're swinging the bat, you don't want to give away an out at third base.
Well, after the Royals scored 2 in the third, the Yankees trying to answer here in their half of the inning. Matsui takes a call strike, and that'll move the count to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Matsui, I mentioned his next home run will be his 100th as a Yankee. Hit 332 while playing in Japan. The Yomiuri Giants, who in Japan are considered like the Yankees of Japan. Full count now on Hideki Matsui. The Yomiuri Giants, owned by a newspaper. In fact, it's the world, they have the world's largest circulation on a daily basis. Three-two pitch, and Matsui fouls it off. I can recall going to play on a tour in Japan. It wasn't the one that I was on with you, Bobby, but the Orioles actually went over there as a team, and the Giants at the time played in an outdoor stadium. Now they have the Tokyo Dome, which is a beautiful indoor facility. But I can recall Mike Flanagan, who is now the GM, one of the co-GMs of the Orioles, saying, marveling at the Giants attendance, which was over 3 million. He said it's easy to draw 3 million when you got 8 million people live within 4 blocks of the stadium. Pitch to Matsui is fouled back. Of course, Tokyo, a huge metropolis. And the Yomiuri Giants are the Tokyo Giants, the most popular team.
Ironic as it is, when we were over there back in 79 or 80, I think it was.
79, by the way.
And Shakey's, they had a Shakey's downtown Tokyo. And so we decided to go into Shakey's, for a pizza, a little American pizza. Run into my next door neighbor. I swear to you.
Yeah.
Can you believe that? Downtown Tokyo. Talk about all those people.
That pitch is inside, and second straight walk this inning. Doled out by Davies. He thought he had a strike. Tomorrow's starting pitchers brought to you by Verizon Fios. Make the switch to Verizon Fios. TV, internet, and phone. Gil Mesh, who's the #1 pitcher for these Royals. He'll get the start tomorrow afternoon. He'll face off against the Moose, Mike Messina. And our coverage begins at noon right here on Yes.
Good pitching matchup. They spent a lot of money on bringing Gil Mesh over to the Kansas City Royals as they try to revamp their starting rotation this year.
So back-to-back walks as Davies in a bit of a jam here as Posada comes up. Jorge grounded out to second. He's 0 for 1 on the afternoon. He's got a 5-game hitting streak on the line today. And the first pitch hits the outside corner for a call strike. Well, we talked about how hot the Yankees have been, and Posada's right in the middle of it. He's had himself a tremendous season, hitting at .342, hitting well from both sides of the plate. He's got 31 doubles, places him in the top 5 in the American League in that category. He's up with 2 on and nobody out. Swings here and fouls it straight back, and the count goes 0-2. Made a good pass in that one.
Well, you were a good switch hitter in your career, Kenny, and when you take a look at Posada's stats this year, they're pretty much the same from both sides, left side, right side, power, average, etc. Usually during the year, one side pretty much suffers for some reason or another. I don't know why. Maybe you can add more to that.
It's usually the right side because you don't get up as many times, but as Posada squibs one foul, the count remains no balls and 2 strikes. That's why I always felt if I got off to a good start hitting right-handed in a season where I wasn't fighting to get my average back up, I was going to have a real good year. And I think my best year average-wise was .328. And that year, I think I hit like .370 right-handed and over .300 left-handed. 2 on. 0-2 on Posada. The Yankees trying to score here in the third, and that pitch is in there for call strike 3. So Davies fights back, picks up a call, 3rd strike on Jorge Posada for his 2nd strikeout of the game.
It's an 0-2 fastball that's located on the outside corner. I think the pitch before, a changeup where Jorge was a little bit out front. He was probably looking for that pitch again. Instead, Davies came with a fastball and froze him on the outside corner.
He pretty much changed his style of pitching here in this inning. A little bit last inning too. He's throwing more off-speed pitches. He threw Hideki Matsui a lot of off-speed pitches, and before that it was mainly fastballs to try to get ahead. And he was missing with his fastball, couldn't locate it, pitching behind in the count. So more off-speed pitches now.
Here's Robinson Cano, takes a pitch down low for ball 1. We mentioned the whole Yankee lineup's been hitting. Cano got his average up on the season to .307 with an RBI triple in the first inning, triple to the gap in right center. He now has an 8-game hitting streak. It's like all the Yankees are using the same bat. Just pass it from one guy to the next. Somebody found a hot one, everybody's using it. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and Cano takes a pitch for a call strike. Look like an off-speed pitch. It's one. Here's a Yankee bat rag. And I mean, you don't want to lean up against it. You notice nobody is because you might get burnt.
Well, the bats today are like gold. I mean, they bring their own bats out. They take their own bats back in. Several years ago, it was the bat boy that did all that for you, and you didn't worry about your bat until you showed up the next day for batting practice.
1-1 pitch, and Cano scalds one foul down to the first base side. A ball and 2 strikes.
But they guard them. I mean, they put them in their locker, and nobody's to touch them until they bring them back out for the next day.
You know, it's interesting. You mentioned having a bat that you like, because at Cooperstown, the induction ceremonies, Tony Gwynn was talking about his favorite bat. And when he opened up the box, he knew it was going to be special. It had 7 grains in it. And what I mean is by grains, there were just 7 lines of wood in there that, and he called that bat 7 grains of pain. And he used it all season long. One bat. Hit .394 in 1994. Another pitch is fouled off.
I don't know. You know, you'd get a dozen bats and you'd take a look at them. Of course, the first thing you take a look at is the grain, and the grain means a lot about how solid the bat will be. I think you'd only get about 2 or 3 bats out of a dozen that really would have the good grain that you really, it felt good to you, and when you took it out and took batting practice with it, it felt good to you.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Now, A-Rod got 5 dozen bats delivered today, so there's a few of them you might like.
5 dozen.
Little roller, and off the bat is Davies. Comes up with it, throws it, and it's just in time to get Cano. The runners will move up. That is the second out of the inning. There were also some amazing stats on Tony Gwynn. The most he ever struck out in 1 year was 40 times in 19 years.
Wow.
He hit 318 or 19 years in a row. He had his first year he hit 287. From that point on, every year he hit over 300.
That'll put you in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. There's Peralta warming up in the Royals bullpen as the pitch count is going up for Davies. Of course, Cal Ripken also went in, a former teammate of mine, inducted into the Hall of Fame. It was quite a ceremony a week ago tomorrow. Here's Bedamit, who takes a pitch low for a ball. Bedamit was called out on strikes at the end of the first inning. It was quite a ceremony, the most people they've ever had, over 70,000 people on hand, and the most Hall of Famers they've ever had at one time. 53 of the living 61 Hall of Famers were in attendance for the ceremony.
And the most people ever to attend.
Yep.
Right.
Over 70,000. The 1-0 pitch to Bedamit is fouled off. In Cooperstown, I don't know if you've ever been up there, but it's a small village. I think it's 2,400 people. And there's one road in and one road out. Route 28 off of Interstate 88. And the traffic on induction day was all incoming.
Beautiful up there.
Oh, it is.
It's gorgeous.
And one of our former cameramen, Tony Gambino, is retired and now lives in Cooperstown.
Really?
Yeah.
Don't blame him.
Tony, if you ever want to go up to Cooperstown, visit his establishment. It's Java Joe's Coffee Joint. Pitch is lined to right field for Bedamit. It's going to be a 2-out base hit. A-Rod will score. They're going to hold up Matsui at third. As Tien has a strong arm and gets the ball back in. But the Yankees have added another run and lead 5-2. As Bedamit picks up a run batted in.
Well, Tien has got a strong arm in right field, as he showed on this base hit right here. That's supposed to score 2. But Matsui had to hold up because a perfect throw and a strong throw from Tien, who has 12 assists in the outfield this year. And I don't think Matsui would have made it.
That was a good throw. You've got to remember, Tien's a former third baseman, so he does have a strong arm, but he unleashes one here. The Royals' record for assists in a season is 17. That's held by Jermaine Dye. So Tien, in his first year in the outfield, has a chance to tie or break that record, as Bob McClure is out there to talk to Kyle Davies once again. And they're going to leave him in here. So I had a great time up at Cooperstown, and congratulations to all the inductees, which includes Denny Matthews, a longtime voice, radio voice of the Kansas City Royals. He's here today, and he was inducted 39 years. He's been the only radio voice that the Royals have had in their existence. So runners at first and third with 2 outs, and Melky Cabrera, who flied out to left field, leading off the second, come to the plate. Swings at an off-speed pitch, doesn't get it. Strike 1.
I really enjoyed your piece with the telecast here at the YES Network. The Yankee game was on, and you called in. You had a live update on what was happening at Cooperstown. I thought that was really a wonderful piece to be there, and you know, Cal inviting you to come up there. I know it was a very special day, not only for Cal but also for you too, Kenny.
That's a pitch in there for a strike. If they only knew what I had to go through to get that call through, because you know, Cooperstown, cell phones didn't work in all the areas, and I was trying on my cell phone. It wouldn't get through, so I had to go into a Comcast truck, and they let me use the hard line to make the phone call, which was very nice of them. Of course, we have a lot of Comcast affiliates on Yes. Pitches popped up in the middle of the infield. It's going to be shortstop. Tony Pena Jr. makes the catch, and the Yankees are done here in the third. But the Yankees do score a run on an RBI single by newly acquired Wilson Bettamy at the end of 3. The Yankees lead 5-2. Time for our Aflac trivia question, and it includes Alex Rodriguez. And the question goes like this: as Alex watches home run number 500 disappear into the seats, A-Rod and Mickey Mantle are 2 of the 3 players who hit their 500th home run in New York City. Who is the other player? We'll have the answer for you in the bottom half of the inning. As the first pitch here at the top of the 4th is fouled off by Ross Gload. Gload was a strikeout victim. Called out on strikes in the 2nd inning. There's a pitch to the corner, and it's 0-2. Yankees leading 5-2. We're in the 4th inning. Gload behind on the count, no balls and 2 strikes, and he swings lines wide, and it might have got a piece of the glove of Phil Hughes, but the ball carries on into center field for a base hit. So a leadoff single for Ross Gload.
These Royal hitters have paid attention the first time through the order, where Phil Hughes was able to sneak that fastball by on some off-speed counts. You see it in real speed right here. Oof. Just misses Phil Hughes, but you know what? He's not getting away with it now. He's going to have to start coming with some more off-speed pitches, kind of set up that fastball a little bit better than he's doing right now.
So leadoff man is on, and it'll bring up Alex Gordon, who was a strikeout victim, struck out swinging in the 2nd inning. And he swings at the first pitch, fouls it towards the seat. A-Rod's coming over for a look, but that's all he's going to get. That is strike 1. You know, Bobby, you're watching Gordon hit. Now, we mentioned the quietness of Hideki Matsui when he steps in there. Gordon's got he's not moving around all that much either. He looks like he gets set in the box, and then he opens up. It's time to do business. That's what I'm trying to say. He steps in there. No more monkey business. Not many practice swings. As a throw of the first to check on Gload.
Got a little bit of a wiggle, you know, with his lower body, but that's a timing mechanism. And I like when guys set their hands pretty much in the hitting area. There's not a whole lot of movement that you have to do in order to be able to load up on a pitch.
He hadn't taken a practice swing. Matsui does that. Pitch is hit high and deep to right field. It's going to make the upper deck, but it's going to be a foul ball.
You can call that a practice swing.
Well, no. Yes, you can. You know, he hit one that well. It's like getting on that first tee and you smoke one. You hit it well, but it kind of hooks into woods. And you're looking for a mulligan, you know? And you're playing with some tough guys and say, hey, what you going to do now?
You don't use mulligans, do you?
No.
I didn't think so.
No.
Flash me, but I don't.
I do. I take my mulligans, my breakfast ball on the first tee.
Breakfast ball.
Jorge Posada out there with a little conversation with Hughes, and I'm sure one of the things he's trying to get across is, you know what, you're not fooling him with your fastball this time around. You pay attention to some of the swings that were taken. Obviously, Gordon had a healthy cut right there.
No balls and 2 strikes, and there's an off-speed pitch, and it's fouled back. Good changeup. And Flash, by throwing more off-speed pitches, he'll regain the touch with his fastball a little more. Be able to get it by him a little better.
Yeah, a little bit more deception, and you know that's one of the things that veteran hitters do, or veteran pitchers do a great job. They pay attention to the swings that are taken against them. And the first time around, obviously the Royal hitters were late on the fastball. Second time through the order, like Bobby said, they're ready for that fastball this time. So you got to make some adjustments accordingly.
There's a fastball, misses the corner, and it's 1-2. Hughes trying to pick up his first win since May the 1st when he left the game at Texas with an injury, but was leading 9-0 when he left after 6 1/3 of no-hit pitching. And if he pitches well, it's certainly going to be a big boost for the Yankee rotation. Off-speed pitch on the ground is short. This could be 2. The Cano for 1. On the Betemit, it's a double play. There's the pitcher's best friend. That'll race the leadoff single from Globe.
And you know, you don't see this many times from Phil Hughes because he's more of a fly ball type pitcher than a ground ball pitcher like Chin Min Wong. But like you said, Kenny, that is the 6-4-3 double play, and that can get you out of a lot of trouble.
Well, it was an off-speed pitch, slow breaking ball. It got Gordon out on front, and he tapped it Jeter at short. Now 2 outs. Tony Pena Jr. will come to the plate. He was called out on strikes in the 2nd inning. He's been swinging the bat well for the Royals lately. And he will swing the bat. There's swung on and missed for strike 1.
Talk about feeling old. I used to play catch with Tony Pena Jr. when he was 12 years old, and I was the backup catcher to that man right there, Tony Pena Sr. And TJ Jr. was around the park, Fenway Park, all the time, and I saw him yesterday, Kenny. I felt like an old man, buddy.
That's that side. You got a long ways to go, Flash. 1-1 on Pena.
An exciting young shortstop, and I'll tell you what, he had his old man's arm even back then when he was 12 years old. Could always throw a baseball. And
yeah, but he took it to shortstop. His old man was wearing the tools of ignorance as a catcher.
He never got off his knees to throw the ball.
Yep. Swung on and missed. It's 1-2. Tony Pena Sr. told me that Junior used to go with him around the American League, and there was a stop in Baltimore, and Tony Pena Jr. asked Cal Ripken Jr., can I play catch, take ground balls with you at short? Cal Jr. said, sure, come on. So he was taking ground balls with a future Hall of Famer.
Now he's got him a starting job in the big league.
Yeah. 1-2 pitch has swung on and missed, strike 3. So Phil Hughes picks up strikeout number 5. The Royals do not score here in the half of the 4th inning. The end of 3 1/2. It's 5-2 Yankees. Alex Rodriguez taking the tour on his 500th career home run. A-Rod and Mickey Mantle are two of the three players who hit their 500th home run in New York City. Who is the other player? And the answer would be it was just across the Harlem River over at the Polo Grounds. Way back on August the 1st, 1945, it was Mel Ott, Hall of Famer of the New York Giants, who went on to hit 511 home runs in his career. Before A-Rod's finished with his, that 511 will be way in the rearview mirror. As today, this afternoon, A-Rod, the first pitch that he saw, ended the chase of 500. The chase is over. Long live the chase. Here's Johnny Damon leading off against a new pitcher for the Royals. It's the left-hander John Bale. The Yankees saw him in Kansas City. And the first pitch to Damon's in there for a strike. Twice today, Johnny's grounded out to second. That's what Bale has done. And he was wild in Kansas City. You can see 7 walks and 6 in the 3rd innings. Breaking ball. He's throwing strikes today.
And that's his best pitch right there, Kenny, is that slow curveball. He had a shoulder strain, his lat muscle in the back of his shoulder. Working his way back right now. You see him drop down a little bit. Not an overpowering pitcher. Good slow curveball, a little decent slider.
He may not be overpowering, but talking about his lack of control, you know, he's just wild enough to keep everybody honest, especially from the left side.
Damon spoils the double and count holds it 0-2. In fact, Bale pitched in the second game of that 4-game series in Kansas City, worked 1 1/3 innings and walked 6 men. Gave up 1 run, only 1 hit, had a couple of strikeouts, but 6 walks really jumps out at you. He'll face Damon, Jeter, and Abreu here in the 4th. Breaking ball swung on and missed, and Johnny Damon's retired. So Bale strikes out Damon, and there's 1 down.
What Bale does is get the left-handers to bail a little bit, and Johnny just couldn't keep that front shoulder in long enough. And a good sweeping curveball by Bale does the trick.
Well, Kyle Davies was in there. He worked 3 innings, 5 runs, 6 hits, 2 strikeouts, and 2 walks. Gives way to Bale here in the 4th as Derek Jeter steps in 2 for 2 with a run scored. He was aboard when A-Rod hit that 500th homer. And this pitch by Bale is in at the knees for a call strike. Jeter with the 2 for 2 now jumps back into 330s. Needs to jump that on base percentage up a notch, back in the 400s. That pitch is low, and it's a ball and a strike.
You got to believe the Royals will let Kyle Davies kind of digest this game today, the first appearance as a Royal, and then probably tomorrow talk to him about some of the adjustments they want him to make. And you kind of go to work in between starts and see if you can see some improvement his next outing.
That's high and inside. Now Bale actually worked and pitched in Japan the last 3 seasons for the Hiroshima Carp, and worked his way back to the States, now pitching for Kansas City. Jeter hits one hard to the right side for Gruzzolana. Keeps the glove low, comes up with the ball, and throws out Jeter. There are 2 down. So the first 2 Yankees have been retired. And that'll bring up Bobby Abreu. Abreu, like Jeter, was on base for A-Rod's historic 500th home run. Abreu had drawn a walk in the 1st inning. And he's also flied out to center field, so he's 0 for 1. A-Rod is on deck. Looks like, look at his uniform. You can tell he's had a busy afternoon. Bale delivers, misses outside for ball 1. And there are the men who are aboard for home run number 500. Hugs all around for A-Rod. When he got back to the dugout, his teammates were actually waiting beyond the first step. That pitch is in there for a strike, and it's 1-1 on Abreu. And you can tell he's played a ball game today. One pitch on the ground. It's going to be a tough play for Gordon. Throws across the diamond, nowhere near in time, and Bobby Abreu has an infield single. He's 1 for 1. Kind of an emergency swing.
That's what I was talking about. You know, Bale has just enough wildness to him, and he comes 3/4, so he makes you very uncomfortable up there. And Bobby was just trying to put the ball in play, and they happened to slap it down the third baseline and beat it out for a base hit.
Here is Alex Rodriguez. He has driven in 3 of the 5 Yankee runs, and of course his 36th home run in the first inning was his 500th of his career. And first pitch from Bale is down low and inside, ball 1. Well, hopefully she got the picture in the first inning. There's a call strike, and the count evens up at 1-1. Five players have gotten to the 500 level the last 7 seasons. You can now make it 6 with A-Rod joining that club. One pitch hit hard and through the right side. A-Rod has his second hit of the afternoon. Abreu turns at second, will hold on there. It's a 2-out single, so the Yankees have back-to-back singles here with 2 outs. It'll bring up Hideki Matsui.
And now the number 500 is done. You really expect Alex Rodriguez to get back on track. A good level stroke right there. Stay on top of the baseball. Ruslanec shading him up the middle. He just sits it to his left for an easy base hit, and the Yankees are in business with 2 outs.
I should mention the other players before A-Rod. Those 5 other players. Now there's 6. The last 7 seasons since 2001. Barry Bonds did in 2001. Sammy Sosa 2003, along with Rafael Palmeiro in the same year. Ken Griffey Jr. followed suit in 2004, and Frank Thomas this year, 2007. Frank doesn't want to be caught. He had 2 home runs today, now has 505. Matsui hits one hard over second and into right field for a base hit. Abreu rounds third. He'll score. A-Rod moves over to third, and it's an RBI single for Hideki Matsui, and the Yankees lead 6-2. 3 straight base hits after 2 outs here in the 4th inning, and the Yankees continue to swing the bats well.
It all got going with the infield single from Bobby Abreu. Hideki Matsui gets that sweeping curveball we've been talking about and just drives it into right center. But an innocent infield single from Bobby Abreu, and then followed up from a 2-out hit from Alex Rodriguez, and Hideki Matsui. Nice job of 2-out hitting to drive in that run.
Meanwhile, runners on the corners as Matsui delivers his 75th run batted in of the season. And it'll bring up Jorge Posada, who jumps over to the other side of the plate to face the left-hander John Bale. Yankees are 4 for 9 with runners in scoring position today, so they are getting the job done when the opportunity presents itself. Here's Posada, who's 0 for 2. Takes a pitch low and inside, ball 1. By the way, A-Rod, who's at third base now, has scored a couple of runs today and has scored 100 for the 10th season in a row, to go along with 100 runs batted in 10 years in a row and 35 home runs. At least 35 for 10 years in a row. Only player ever to do that.
That's August 4th.
And he's got a ways to go. That's up high to Posada. 2 balls and no strikes. You are looking at the number 1 player in the game. Two-0 pitch, and that's a call strike to Posada. It's 2-1. You might get some argument from some fans of other teams, of other players, but be hard to argue with those numbers what A-Rod has accomplished over the last 10 years. Nobody else has ever done it.
How can you argue with it?
I guess you can. Flash, did you say you saw his agent in the stands today?
His agent, Scott Boras, was here today.
Yeah.
Obviously here to cheer him on.
And putting on a show for him, isn't he? He might be the guy downstairs with the calculator in his hand. 2-1 pitch, yeah, that's a called strike, and it's 2-2.
That calculator is going to have a 3 on the front part of it.
Yeah, it's smoking, isn't it?
Per year.
Yep.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on. The Yankees have a run in here in the 4th inning. Oh, man. Yankees with 6 runs on 9 hits. Why is that man smiling? Posada fouls it off, and the count will hold it 2-2. So John Bale looked like he had himself an easy inning going, striking out Damon, got Derek Jeter to ground out to second. Then it all started with an infield single by Bobby Abreu. A-Rod followed with a single to right, and the same for Hideki Matsui. The Yankees have scored a run on 3 hits here in the 4th inning. And there's no let up with Jorge Posada at the plate. Runner goes. The pitch is on the way, and it's a little blooper. First baseman Glode into foul territory, makes the catch, and the Yankees are done here in the 4th inning. But they pick up a run on 3 hits. They leave a couple of runners. We played 4 innings. We're had a good day at Yankee Stadium. Yankees lead 6-2. Four-run lead. So far he's allowed a couple of runs on 4 hits. And here in the top of the 5th inning, he'll get Gathright, LaRue, and then the top of the order, and David DeJesus. So Phil Hughes getting some run support right in the very first inning when the Yankees scored 4 times. They'll bring up Joey Gathright here in the 5th. Gathright has doubled and scored a run. Gathright has bounced back and forth between AAA and the Royals since coming over in a deal from Tampa Bay last year. But he was having a good year at AAA, hitting it over 340 and scoring a bunch of runs and trying to make his presence known here in the big leagues with the Royals. And the first pitch is low and inside, ball 1. And we mentioned earlier that Reggie Sanders suffered his 2nd torn hamstring, and Reggie, now at 40 years old, feels that that might be his last torn hamstring in the major leagues, that he might not be playing anymore, and which opens up a spot in the outfield for Gathright. Swings and misses, and it's 1-1.
That's a difficult injury for a younger person to come back from, especially a torn hamstring. One thing having a strained hamstring, but a torn hamstring where the muscle actually tears, got a lot of bleeding, got a lot of fluid in there, and it takes a long time to heal and get back to where you can actually run.
1-1 pitch and a check swing. It's a little low for a ball. Might be time for Reggie just to tee it up. No more team sports, just personal challenges.
Yeah, the best case scenario for the Royals this year was to have the veterans Sanders and Mike Sweeney in there. Sweeney also on the DL with some cartilage problems in his knee.
3 balls and a strike on Gathright.
We'd love to have the veteran guys out there, and you mix in those young prospects and have the veterans kind of lead the way. The Royals don't have the luxury of that right now. Buddy Bell, the man responsible for teaching these young kids how to play the game right.
Well, they still do have Emil Brown on the bench, and he's another outfielder of note. That pitch is inside Gathright. He's one of the guys in the league you do not want to walk, and it's a leadoff walk at that. This year, when you're out of town and out of the Yankees broadcast area, you can still watch Yankees baseball. Log on to MLB.tv, and you can watch the game on your computer. That's via the internet. That'll be live. For more details, visit www.yankees.com, where baseball is always on. Blackout restrictions do apply. Here's Jason LaRue. He is the catcher in batting 9. Gathright has a good lead over at first. He's got great speed. Not going. The pitch LaRue is swung on and missed for strike 1. LaRue popped out to the second baseman Cano. He's 0 for 1 on the afternoon, hitting 161 on the year. He does have some pop. He's got 4 home runs and 11 runs batted in.
I don't know how many times that Sweeney's been on the disabled list, but Mike Sweeney, one of the best hitters from the right side in baseball, but he has been injured so much here in the last several years. What a veteran bat they could use in this lineup for a full 162 games.
Hughes holding on to the ball, and finally LaRue calls time. Trying to take the spring out of the legs of Gathright at first. It's Luis Silverio, the first base coach, with some instruction. Maybe the times on Hughes getting the ball to the catcher's glove. That's always an indication for the runner how what type of jump he might need. Might need a good one, maybe not. Gathright's not going. The pitch LaRue is popped up once again. This is into short center field. Melky Cabrera coming in, shielding his eyes from the sun, makes the catch, and Gathright will head back to first. There's 1 out. So Hughes into his 5th inning of work, into the inning of decision. If he can work through this one and get out unscathed, or at least with the lead, he could be he will be the pitcher on the winning side as far as the Yankees are concerned. Top of the order, and David DeJesus, who today scored his 77th run after a single in the 3rd inning. We'll check on Gathright over at first.
Royals will be glad to get out of Yankee Stadium. They are only 3-25 here at the stadium in this 21st century, so they've only won 3 games in many years. They don't play well. They used to play well here back in the 70s, early 80s. In fact, a lot of Yankee fans felt like that they played too good here. Yankees and Royals, big rivals back in that decade.
They had a good team. They were more than a good team. That was a great team when you think about it, Bobby. A lot of solid ball players led by George Brett, the Hall of Famer. There's a throw of the first to check on Gathright. Yankees leading 6-2. Yankees 4 runs in the first inning, 3 of them courtesy of the 500th home run of Alex Rodriguez, Ken Singleton with Bobby Mercer and John Flaherty. You're looking at Buddy Bell, the Royals manager. Buddy Bell needs 2 wins for 500 for his managerial career. Yankees say you can get them on your next stop. I believe the Royals go home from here.
Had a nice conversation with Buddy Bell, who you mentioned is resigning at the end of the year, for our batting practice show yesterday. And Buddy was telling me, you know, the only reason for the resignation is that I just have different priorities in my life today. And Buddy is recovering from throat cancer, but he says he's feeling good. Everything's going fine.
Off-speed pitch drops in for a strike to DeJesus, and mentioned he wants to spend more time with his family.
Want to spend more time with his family. I mean, the Bell family is a baseball family, starting with his dad, Gus, who played 15 years in the major leagues. He's got 3 boys that have played professional baseball, and so he's been in the clubhouse ever since he could walk.
He said he had a grandson who played 41 games this year. He wasn't able to see any of them, so he said, you know, enough's enough.
Off-speed pitch is fouled off by DeJesus.
You got to believe he might be able to recommend somebody for the managing position. He's still going to stay on as an assistant to the GM. See the bells of the ballpark. David Bell, a good quality major league player for 12 years.
Now, one thing, the players that play for Buddy Bell, they're going to lose a good man down there. He is a players manager's deluxe. Can't play for him. I don't know if he can play for anybody.
And Flash made the point last night that all these Royals, they hustle down the line.
Yeah,
that's the right way to play.
Not too many rules, but
no.
That's one of them. You know, when we're out on that field and they throw the first pitch, you need to be hustling all the time.
I was lucky enough to play for Buddy half a year in '96. The one thing that I loved, when the game was over, you go to the clubhouse, you shower up, you get ready to go tomorrow. You know, you don't sit there and think about it. You think about the game, but once it's over, get ready to go to work the next day. That's how you become a big leaguer or professional.
This ball is driven to right field. If it's fair, it could be trouble. This one is gone. A home run for David DeJesus, and it's now a 6-4 ball game. DeJesus with his 6th home run of the year.
The 6th home run of the year was on a fastball on a 1-2 count. Phil Hughes tries to go inside. It just runs out over and it's up a little bit. He had thrown some good curveballs earlier in this count, but he decided to try and sneak a fastball inside and just missed his spot, and DeJesus was ready for it.
He has now driven in 3 of the 4 runs for the Royals this afternoon. There's the youngster with the ball. And a lot of fans are happy in Alabama, New Jersey. DeJesus, of course, attended Rutgers University. Here's Grzelcyk. Yankees now lead is now down to 2. Grzelcyk has struck out, grounded out. He's 0 for 2. That pitch is high. 2 balls and no strikes.
And Phil Hughes up at the 85 pitch mark. You know, you start thinking about pitch counts, and the Yankees were talking today about maybe 100 would be the pitch count, and Ron Guidry's going to go out and have a talk with him. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees.
Bobby does a good job with that, doesn't he?
And he means it. I mean,
you better have written consent. So Guidry back to the dugout. They're starting to stir around in the Yankee bullpen. As Flash mentioned, Hughes up to the 85 pitch mark. He was sailing along in the first few innings, but as we mentioned, sometimes the 5th inning for a young pitcher when he has a lead could be the toughest one. This is the one that if he gets through it with the lead, he could be the winner. 3 balls and no strikes now on Grzelcyk. If he gets on, that'll bring the tying run to the plate. That pitch is poured in there for a strike. Fastball losing velocity as the game moves along here. Mike Myers heating up in the bullpen. It shouldn't take long. 3-1 pitch, and Grzelcyk fouls it back. The count runs full at 3-2.
That's a good point, Kenny. 88-mile-an-hour fastball the first inning. He was throwing about 93, 94. Obviously pumped up and excited to be back in the big leagues. You know, you would expect him to be 90, 91, maybe touch 92. At the 88, just a little bit down.
88 pitch total. Full count. Pitch to Grzelcyk. Hit high in the air to short right field. Drifting back is Cano. He looks over his shoulder to Abreu. Abreu calls, makes the catch, and that will be the second out. So with 2 down, nobody on, as Abreu drifts back to his position. Mark Teahen will come to the plate. Teahen has doubled, driven in a run. That was in the 3rd inning. Teahen, more often than not, has been the number 3 hitter for Buddy Bell this year. Hit 18 home runs last year. This year he's only gotten 5. His last home run was May the 29th against the Orioles. It's 53 games ago. Bouncing ball towards the middle. Cano's going to have a tough play. He can't get it. The ball stays down and goes on into center field for a base hit. So Tien has his second hit of the game. And the Royals have their 6th of the contest.
A little breaking ball that just kind of hung a bit on the outside part of the plate, but he got some overspin on it. He hit on top of the ball, and once it got by Hughes, no chance for Robbie Cano to pick it up. You can just see that ball scooting through the infield. When that ball has the top spin on it, it seems like each and every time it hits, it just kind of scoots on you.
It had been very difficult to throw out Tien, who could really run. And he's at first. 9 stolen bases on the year for the Royals right fielder. Here's Billy Butler. And Butler fouls a pitch off. Butler is 1 for his last 12. He's 0 for 1 with a walk today.
You got to wonder if this might be Phil Hughes' last batter, right-handed Butler, and Glode on deck, the lefty, with Mike Myers warming up in the pen.
Ball is driven towards the gap in right center field. Melky Cabrera cannot cut it off. The ball is going to roll all the way to the wall. Tien's going to round third and score, and Billy Butler has himself a double, and it's now a 6-5 ball game. As the Royals have scored 3 times here in the 5th, and here comes Joe Torre. He can't wait any longer.
See the pitch to Butler. It's out over the plate. He does a nice job at driving this ball to right center. Once Melky Cabrera realizes that he's not going to catch it, you'd just like him to knock it down and hopefully keep Tien to third base. See, it's got a little slice on it. Just gets by Melky Cabrera. If he can knock it down right there, the possibility of keeping Tien at third base doesn't happen, and Billy Butler drives in an RBI with 2 outs.
So a nice round of applause for Phil Hughes. He can't get the win. He only goes 4 2/3. WB Mason presents Yankees Encore. It's a replay of every Yankees game that gives you a second chance to see all the excitement of Bombers baseball. WB Mason presents Yankees Encore later after each game, and again the next morning at 9. It's only on Yes. So Phil Hughes, 4 2/3, 7 hits, including a home run to David DeJesus, 5 runs. He's responsible for Billy Butler at second, a couple of walks and 5 strikeouts, and he cannot get the victory. As Mike Myers comes in to try and pick up the final out in the 3rd out here in the 5th. Where the Royals have scored 3 times, gotten themselves back into the ball game. It's now a 6-5 Yankee lead. Myers will face Ross Glode, who has struck out and singled. So it's lefty against lefty here. First pitch is fouled off for strike 1. By the way, I mentioned that home run by DeJesus. And David DeJesus has done something that no other hitter has done against Phil Hughes this year in the majors or the minors. And that's hit a home run off of Phil Hughes. That's the first one he has surrendered this season. Now, of course, he was on a DL for a lengthy period of time, but David DeJesus reaches the seats in the lower deck in right field. And DeJesus hit number 6 on the year. Swing and a miss by Glode. The old helicopter swing. Count goes to 0-2. I wonder what's going through Phil Hughes' mind about right now, just knowing he came within 1 out of maybe the possibility of being on the winning side. Pitch is fouled off by Glode. Count holds at 0-2 strikes. At least a win in his personal win column.
Yeah, I think he's probably more disappointed about how the way the game ended up going for him. I mean, he looked so electric the first couple of innings, spotting the fastball well, and he seemed to lose a little bit of location, a little bit of velocity, but a lot of fastballs today from Phil Hughes. And most of the hits I remember were on the fastball, even when he got ahead in the count and had an opportunity to drop a curveball or a change.
What do you do? Go over the tape and just see what you can do better the next time.
Yeah, that's all you can do.
Here's the 0-2 pitch, and Glode lines it towards the gap in right center field. This is going to be in there for an extra base hit. Butler will come in and score. Glode's going to go to second. Let's see if he holds on there. He will, and it's a run-scoring double, and it's a 2. Make that a 6-6 ball game as Glode comes up with his second hit of the afternoon.
Almost like he had it teed up. Look at this swing. It's almost like a golf swing as he lifts it off the almost off the dirt there at home plate. Every pitch to Glode in this inning from Mike Myers was a breaking ball. No fastballs whatsoever, and he finally timed one and lined it into right field for a double RBI.
And Glode has given the Yankees all kinds of problems this season. Drives in the tying run. They'll bring up Alex Gordon, and he had a big swing, misses that one, strike 1. Gordon today has struck out, hit into a double play. He's 0 for 2. Kansas City now 3 for 5 with runners in scoring position.
What's disappointing about this, you know, Phil Hughes as well, he got ahead of a bunch of hitters and just couldn't put them away, gave up some hits with 2 strikes. Mike Myers, the same deal right there, 0-2, and makes a mistake and gets burned on it.
1 ball and 1 strike on Gordon.
You're in the driver's seat, 0-2. You want to make some pitches off the plate, see if you can get a hitter to chase. He just made a mistake over the plate, and he paid the price.
Gordon checks his swing. Did he go for it? Yes, he did, said Larry Poncino. Gordon with maybe a little bit of a glare towards third, but not too long. You always give that look at the base umpire, rings you up.
I wouldn't do it to Larry Poncino right there, though. That's a tough man out there.
1-2 pitch. Gordon takes. It's off the outside corner. It's 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The Royals have scored 4 times here in the 5th inning. Knocked out Phil Hughes and tied the game. Here's call strike 3 as Mike Myers hits the outside corner. Gordon strikes out for the 2nd time this afternoon. As I mentioned, the Royals scored 4 times in the 5th, 2 of them coming on David DeJesus' 6th home run of the season. Ball on Yes is brought to you in part by Continental Airlines, the official airline of the Yankees, and by Audi, truth in engineering. Well, the truth is the Yankees and the Royals are now tied. We go to the 5th inning. It's a 6-6 game. Bottom third of the Yankee order. Robinson Cano will lead it off against John Bailey. Lines it into left field for a base hit. Cano with his second hit of the afternoon. And Robinson Cano now has 44 multi-hit games. He has passed Derek Jeter as the club leader in that category.
Well, the hits just keep on coming for Robinson Cano. He hits well off of left-handers because he can hit the ball the other way. He doesn't try and pull the lefties. Evidence right here, just a nice line drive over Tony Pena Jr.'s head.
So Cano now, as we mentioned earlier, his triple in the first inning increased the hitting streak to 8 straight. Here's Wilson Betemit. He's had an RBI single. That came in the 3rd inning. Switch hitter batting right-handed. Hits a high chopper over the head of the pitcher Bale and on into center field for a base hit, and Cano streams in the 3rd. And the Yankees have runners on the corners with nobody out here in the bottom of the 5th. That ball hit the mound and hit it like it was a trampoline.
Well, we saw last night where Cabrera hit the pitcher and it bounced over the Yankee dugout. Look at what Kenny is talking about there. You see the ball hit the mound, just go straight up in the air. No chance for Grudzielanek. And Robbie Cano reading that and taking a look at Larry Bowen, so he takes off for 3rd base. Now the Yankees runners at 1st and 3rd, nobody out.
So the Yankees trying to answer the 4-run outburst by the Royals in the top half of the 5th inning with an outburst of their own here in the bottom. Here's Melky Cabrera. Fly to left, pop to short. The switch hitter now batting right-handed with a chance to drive in some runs. Breaking ball hit on the ground to 3rd. Gordon checks the runner, throws the second for 1. Here's a throw to the plate. It will be offline, and Cano will score. Give Betemit an assist on that play to get that run home as the Yankees take the lead 7-6. As you will see on the replay, Betemit went in hard to Grudzielanek, and the throw is offline.
Well, you see Alex Gordon, he checks Robinson Cano, the throw to second, and here comes Betemit right here with the hard, aggressive slide. Knocks Grudzielanek off balance a little bit, and the throw is going to be wide to Jason LaRue at home plate. Robinson Cano scores easily. Good hard baseball right there. Betemit's impressed us with his left-handed stroke, a right-handed base hit right there, and good aggressive base running. Done a nice job at first base.
Here's Johnny Damon, and he'll take a pitch for a call strike. So Cabrera's on at first. A good heads-up baseball. Now, recognizing the situation, some guys just slide in there lazily, and you'll have a runner thrown out at home plate. Bale delivers, and Damon hits the ground ball to 3rd. Good dive by Gordon. Comes up and throws the second for 1. That's all they're going to get. As Melky Cabrera is erased on the force play, but Alex Gordon, what a player.
Well, he makes an outstanding play here. That's not an easy play for the 3rd baseman after the left-hander slashes it down there, but they make sure of at least one. Damon with good speed, but good play by Gordon at 3rd. Not only does he show good offense, but also good defense there. I think he's won about every college award that you could win out of Nebraska.
So the Royals go to the bullpen. Yankees have retaken the lead at 7-6. We'll be right back. Hope and Joe Torre have teamed up to make a difference in the community. For every Yankees home run hit at home this year, Samsung will donate $1,000 to Joe Torre's Safe at Home Foundation to help end a cycle of domestic violence. You can join the team and support Samsung's Home Run for Kids by visiting fourseasonsofhope.com or joetorre.org, because a little hope can make a big difference. Wilson Betemit made a difference on that slide in the second.
Brought some winning baseball here to Yankee Stadium with that hard slide that got the Yankees a run that put them ahead. Not only was he breaking up the double play, but he was allowing the Yankee runner to score from third.
Here is Derek Jeter with Damon at first and 2 down. Jeter is 2 for 3 with a run scored. Yankees 7, Royals 6. Joel Peralta into the ball game. The Yankees saw him in the first game of the series in Kansas City, and he looked pretty good. 3 innings, no runs, 4 strikeouts against the Yankees that night. He gave the Yankees 1. Allowed 3 hits in his 3 innings of work. Another throw to first. Damon is back. Damon's next steal will be number 20 on the year.
Might not be a bad time for him to try to get that 20th stolen base here with 2 outs. Try and get in scoring position for Derek Jeter. If they're going to pitch carefully to Jeter, then you got Bobby Abreu coming up behind him.
Here's a call strike. It's 0-1. Yankee captain trying to keep this inning going. Step off move by Peralta. I always thought the pitchers who used that move didn't have a good move to first. We shall see. Blown away for a ball. It's 1-1. Another thing with Peralta setting up the way he does on the rubber, he has his left foot closer to the third base than his right foot is on the rubber. So that means he has to bring his front foot further back to throw to first base, and it's going to take a little time. If you go even up, you got a quicker move to first. You don't have to open that shoulder a little as fast when you're a right-handed pitcher. Damon's not going to pitch to Jeter's hit well to center field. DeJesus on the run, still running hard, and will get there and make the catch, robbing Derek Jeter of an extra base hit. David DeJesus doing it all today as he robs Jeter of an extra base hit, and the Yankees pick up a lone run here in the 5th inning, but in doing so retake the lead. It's now 7-6. The Yankees have the lead.
Yes, Yankees Classics presents Farewell to the Captain. Relive all the drama of the game played on the day of Thurman Munson's funeral. Plus, hear exclusive interviews with Bobby Mercer and Ken Singleton as they share their personal memories of that game. It's the premiere of Yankees Classic, Farewell to the Captain. Monday night at 9 o'clock, only on Yes. Looking forward to watching that, guys.
Yeah, Thurman was a captain in every sense of the word. Yep.
One of the great clutch hitters of all time.
7-6, the Yankees lead. We're going to the 6th inning. Tony Pena Jr. is going to lead it off for the Royals. In fact, it's the bottom third of the order that face a new pitcher for the Yankees. It's the right-hander Brian Bruni, hard thrower. First pitch is low for ball 1.
The numbers for Brian Bruni, his 49th game. The ERA respectable 3.32, but the walks jump out at you at 29 in the 40 innings.
Big swing and a miss. It's 1-1. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Bruni gets Pena, Gathright, and LaRue here in the 6th. Pena working on a no-contact afternoon. He has struck out twice. That pitch is low, and it's 2 balls and a strike.
You know, I guess it's not fair to classify Brian Bruni as a disappointment this year. I mean, his numbers are good, a respectable ERA. But after what we saw last year, you figured the Yankees had him for a full season. He might kind of graduate to a late inning guy. Foul ball by Pena. And it just hasn't happened because of the lack of control.
Well, anytime that you're going to walk people and you're in there in relief in games such as this one, your manager's going to lose a little faith in you. You're not going to be brought into ball games unless it's absolutely necessary. Pitch is fouled off that everybody else has been used.
You almost look to a guy like Brian Bruni, you know, kind of like a Tanyan Sturtz a few years ago, where all of a sudden he got hot, everything kind of fell into place, and you can kind of ride him out for a month or two here at the end of the year. Yankees still looking for somebody consistently to hand the ball to Luis Vizcaino and then to Mariano Rivera.
7-6, the Yankees lead. The Yankees and the Royals have each had a 4-run inning. The Yankees coming in the 1st and the Royals in the 5th. The Yankee 4-run inning in the 1st, punctuated by a 3-run home run by Alex Rodriguez. The 500th home run of his career. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. The hat trick for Tony Pena Jr. He has struck out 3 times.
Well, you're talking about the fastball. Now, that was a good location there, right on the outside part of the plate. And Tony Pena obviously not able to catch up with it. Good pitch for a right-handed hitter.
Here is Joey Gathright, who the Yankees have yet to retire today. He is actually, he's led off innings twice, and he has scored both times. Once leading off with a double in the 3rd inning, and once leading off with a walk in the 5th. And he breaks the bat and rolls one foul to Luis Silverio, the first base coach. I believe that pitch was inside, so it was going to make it doubly difficult to get any type of good wood on it.
Well, we saw last night Gathright kind of slapping the ball the other way, and we talked about that he could really be a leadoff guy in this league if he just stayed with that approach. The Yankees trying to counter that by pounding him inside today. He was able to hit that controversial double down the left field line that we thought maybe was a little bit foul. But he has the ability to bunt. Because of that, Alex Rodriguez has to play right on the cut of the grass.
And not only was it a little bit foul, it was a little bit fair. 95 on the inner 3rd. Couldn't get around on an 0-2. You can see Alex Rodriguez dropping back with 2 strikes. Gathright less likely to bunt. Trying to pound him inside, keep him from slapping the ball the other way, and that pitch just missed. It's 1-2.
You just wonder how good a bunter really Gathright is. I mean, you know, if you're going to be able to use one of your biggest assets, and that's your speed, you need to be and learn how to be a good bunter. Swung on and foul tipped into the glove of Jorge Posada.
Brian Bruney's come out of the bullpen throwing gas today. Must be Swiss cheese because there's plenty of holes in their bats on this one.
I know one thing. We can hear the pop up here of the leather as Bruney's mid-90s fastball is hitting the glove of Posadas.
2 up, 2 down on strikeouts. It'll bring up the catcher Jason LaRue, who has popped up and flied to center. He's 0 for 2. Bruney protecting a 1-run lead here in the 6th inning. And first pitch is down low for ball 1. LaRue, who has also been with the Cincinnati Reds in the National League, pops another one up behind home plate, but this will be out of play. Posada thought he might have had a chance as he whipped off the mask, but that one's halfway back on the screen. How do you get a read on where the ball's going? That's what I want to know as a catcher.
Well, usually you could tell by the swing, and obviously your first reaction to seeing the ball and the flight of it will tell you if you have a play. But you know, a lot of times you can tell by the swing whether he's on a pitch or whether the foul ball is going to be straight up or behind you.
That pitch is fouled back. Now, Joe Girardi has said he didn't like foul pop-ups.
Well, Joe Girardi is not alone because I hated pop-ups. And you know, in the minor leagues, it's actually a little bit easier to catch them because you don't have to deal with the swirling winds of the stadium. A lot of times you'll get tricked here at Yankee Stadium where you look at the flag and which way it's blowing, and you're preparing yourself for the ball to go that way, but the winds swirl here.
2 balls and 2 strikes on Jason LaRue. Brian Bruney trying to have a 1-2-3 inning here in the 6th. The Royals have been retired in order, only 1 other inning, and that was the first. Low and away, full count.
Actually, here at Yankee Stadium, when the ball actually carries better with the if the wind's blowing from left to right, it actually carries the opposite direction better because of the big stadium, and when it hits the stadium, it just kind of like you were talking about, there's lots of swirling going on.
3-2 pitch on the ground for Alex Rodriguez. A nice hop as he closes the hole, throws on the first offline and by Bitterman. And LaRue is going to be safe. I believe a more experienced first baseman would have come off the bag, made the play, and made the tag. But Bitterman tried to maintain contact with first base with his foot.
See the throw from Alex. It'll take Betterman up the line here. And like you said, Kenny, probably come off the bag, catch the ball, and then put the tag on LaRue. And this is what the Yankee coaches and Joe Torre, they want to find out if Betterman can play some first base. And the only way you're going to find out is to put him in there. It's going to be an error on Alex Rodriguez.
Well, you got to figure Don Mattingly was talking about this. He said we're going to be paying special attention to his footwork at first base and also his positioning. But this is his first time ever to play first base in the big leagues, and the throw up the line, like you said, a guy that's been there for a long time would have come off the bag, got the ball, and tagged the runner.
David DeJesus, driven in 3 runs, is 2 for 3.
Very dangerous play for a first baseman too, because you got that outstretched arm right there and a collision with the runner, and a lot of guys have broken their shoulder or their elbow.
DeJesus fouls one back, and Bruney quickly jumps ahead. No balls and 2 strikes.
You know, talking to Don Mattingly, I said, you know, you've worked with him at first base for a day now, or a day and a half when he was out there before the game today. Can you tell if he can do this? And he said, you know what, you can't tell until you put a guy in a game situation where the speed of the game takes over, and that's what they're trying to find out here.
This is before yesterday's game, as Betterman was working with Mattingly, and who better to work with? 9-time Gold Glover. Swing and a miss by DeJesus, and he has struck out. So Brian Bruney, despite the error from A-Rod, strikes out the side here in the 6th inning. So the Yankees will maintain their 1-run lead as we go to the bottom half of the 6th. 7-6 Yankees. A score of 7-6. It'll be Abreu, Rodriguez, and Matsui for the Yankees here in the 6th inning. The Yankees at one time had a 4-0 lead in this ball game. They have never trailed. And Abreu has walked and singled and also flied out, so he is 1 for 2. And the first pitch from Joel Peralta is high for ball 1. Abreu with the hit today in 2 at-bats is 7 for his last 13. And that pitch misses inside, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Kyle Farnsworth is working in the Yankee bullpen. And it appears he might be coming on to pitch the 7th. Abreu takes another pitch, and this one's outside. 3 balls and no strikes. So Peralta just 1 pitch away from putting the leadoff man on for the Yankees here in the 6th inning.
You start thinking with Joe Torre, probably have Kyle Farnsworth for the 7th, Vizcaíno for the 8th, and Mariano Rivera for the 9th if the score stays the same here.
3-0 pitch is poured in there for a call strike, and it's 3-1. Yankees trying to put this second game of this series in the win column. They got some help from Seattle last night out on the West Coast in a late ball game. If didn't get the final results, the Red Sox lost to the Mariners. Abreu checks his swing, and did he swing at it? Yes, says Larry Poncino. When in doubt, ring him up. And Abreu's going to have to come back, grab the bat, and it's going to be a 3-2 count instead of ball 4.
Take a look right there. It didn't look like he swung to me. Larry Poncino's the man who makes the decision right here. See right, Bobby Abreu's not happy with the call.
So now the count is full. Instead of the Yankees having a leadoff man on, we'll see a 3-2 pitch from Peralta to Abreu.
And now you bring Peralta's best pitch into the equation, his split finger fastball. Probably wouldn't throw it unless he had a chance for the strikeout. You might see it here.
3-2 pitch is hit high in the air to deep center field. DeJesus on the run, looks up. This one is gone. A home run from Bobby Abreu, and the Yankees lead 8-6.
Thank you, Poncino, for bringing me back for one more pitch. Actually, it looked like it was ball 4. I mean, it was up out of the strike zone. I don't think it was a strike. But Abreu, boy, oh boy, what a sweet swing he has. And this is over the center field wall. Good effort by DeJesus, but he just couldn't get there. It was too far and too gone.
Home run number 11 on the season for Abreu. Leadoff homer here in the 6th. Here's Alex Rodriguez. And A-Rod takes a mighty cut and fouls it back. A-Rod's had a perfect afternoon. He's 2 for 2 with a walk, 2 runs scored, and 3 runs batted in. If you missed it in the first inning, A-Rod made history here at the stadium. August 4th, 2007, the 500th home run of his career. They give the Yankees a quick 3-0 lead. They lead it now 8-6 here in the 6th. And A-Rod swings, drives one, straightaway center field and deep. DeJesus back and makes the catch for the out. The Yankees are teeing off somewhat on Peralta here in the 6th inning.
Bobby Abreu got a fastball. Alex Rodriguez, it looks like he gets a split right there, which is Peralta's best pitch. You can see Alex isn't sure if he hit it well enough, and he's not. It looked like a little bit off the end. Right now, the way the Yankees are swinging the bat, you feel like they can score runs at will. And a nice lead in this ball game, then scored a couple of runs, and now it looks like they're putting on another push here in the 6th inning.
Here is Matsui. Matsui has a couple of hits. Scored a run and driven in one. And the first pitch is just a little outside for ball 1.
Yankees have scored quite a few runs from the 5th inning on. I mean, you know, a lot of clubs, they score 4 runs at the bottom of the 1st inning and they kind of take a break for a while. But The Yankees just keep coming right at the Kansas City Royals. From the third inning on, they've scored at least one run.
There's a pitch that misses to Matsui. It's a ball and a strike. The Yankees, with their latest push to score runs. For a while there, they were trailing the league leaders in runs scored. David Risky is up in the Royals bullpen. Matsui takes a pitch, and that's inside. 2 balls and a strike. But the Yankees now find themselves atop the run scoring column in the American League. They've now scored 644 runs. Matsui with an off-speed pitch fouls it at the plate. The count is 2-2. And in second place are the Tigers, starting today at 619 runs scored. So Kevin Long has seen a lot of offense lately from the Yankees. And the Yankees have also jumped to the top in the home run column. They have 2 more than Cleveland. Started the game today, and they've added 2 more here today. I believe the Indians will be playing tonight. Two balls, 2 strikes on Hideki Matsui. 1 out and a run in for the Yankees in the 6th inning. Off-speed pitch is hit high in the air to short right field. Coming on his tee in, and he will make the catch for round number 2. Fans, you want to stop by and visit our friends at J&R Music and Computer World.
Those last 2 pitches by Peralta, you don't even have to know what they were. You don't have to see them on TV, because with Matsui's swings, you know they had to be split-fingered fastballs. Way out in front and pulling off a little bit.
Jorge Posada looking for his first hit of the day. He is popped out, struck out, and grounded out. 0 for 3. And that pitch maybe high, maybe inside. It's ball 1. The Yankees trying to win the game today, which would mean they would win the series by winning the first 2, but then going for the sweep tomorrow. Posada takes down low at 2 balls and no strikes. He'll have Mike Mussina on the mound against the veteran Guild match in a matchup of some talented pitchers. And we hope you'll be with us right here on Yes. Two balls and no strikes on Posada.
Trying to position their infield. They wanted third baseman Alex Gordon to move more into the hole there at shortstop on Posada.
There's a call strike, and it's 2-1.
We talked about the pitching matchup tomorrow. I'm looking forward to watching Mike Mussina, who's kind of shown some flashes of it this year, but hasn't been real consistent through the Yankees and Ron Guidry, the pitching coach. And you got to be thinking, if I can get this guy locked in for the last 2 months, then you really feel good about your rotation.
Fouled off the mask of LaRue. And it's 2-2. There's Ron Guidry, who saw some flashes from Phil Hughes today in the early going. It looked really, really good. And, maybe tired somewhat getting towards the middle innings of the game. Had to leave after 4 2/3. And unfortunately for Hughes, he is, even if the Yankees win this game, he cannot be credited with the win. He didn't go to the necessary 5 innings. Here's a 2-2 pitch. And Posada spoils it, fouls it off. Count holds at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, if you're going to make a push at this division, late in the last couple of months here, you really have to feel good about all 5 of your starters, knowing that when they go out there, you feel like you have a chance to win. And right now, you feel good about Wong, Andy Pettit. Roger Clemens had a rough one his last outing, but that's going to get better. Phil Hughes is an up-and-coming young right-hander. But Mike Mussina is really the key if you can get him consistent.
Posada takes, and the count is run full at 3-2. I think one thing you always have to remember, on the good teams, it's almost as if you have to sacrifice personal numbers for team gain, which means even if Hughes does not win the game today, he gave the Yankees a chance to win in the early going. And if they win the game, everybody's going to be happy, and they'll be back here tomorrow going for the sweep. Three balls and 2 strikes on Posada with 2 outs and nobody on. And the pitch is fouled off. We'll do it all over again. Joel Peralta, the 3rd Royals pitcher of the afternoon. Kyle Davies started, went 3. Gave up 5 runs on 6 hits. John Bale followed him. And he worked an inning and 2/3 and gave up 5 hits. Outside ball 4. Posada with a hard fought walk, and he's aboard with 2 down here in the 6th inning. And Robinson Cano will come to the plate. Cano has been particularly effective on his homestand. He is 4 for 6 in this series and 9 for 18 on the homestand. Those are Bobby Mercer numbers.
Yes.
That's how I remember it. It's there in black and white. All you have to do is go to baseballreference.com. You don't even have to carry books around with you anymore.
First of all, I didn't hit triples.
Well, Cano has tripled today, but he's also grounded out and singled. Driven in a run, scored a run. Swings at the first pitch here and fouls it back off to the left for strike 1.
Robbie's a free swinger, but right now he's on just about every pitch that the pitcher throws up there. Early on in the season, you know, he was swinging at pitches over his head in the dirt. But if he gets a good pitch to hit, he's going to hit it hard someplace. That's just the kind of momentum that he has going for him with the bat right now. And what a good feeling to have, too, because the ball looks big and the game just kind of slows down for you.
I was talking to him in the clubhouse before the game today, and I said, you keep this going for 3 more months, you can have yourself a heck of a season. And I said, well, we got August, September. Oh, yeah, and October.
Yeah.
And he readily agreed. 0-1 pitch, and he swings, drives this one to the corner in right field, and it's going to be off the wall, just missing a home run. Cano will get into second as Posada moves into third, and Robinson Cano with his 3rd hit of the afternoon. Now 10 for 19 on this homestand. He is smoking and not joking.
Well, we said whatever pitch the pitcher wants to throw up there, it seems like Robbie's right on top of every one of them. This only missed another home run by, what, 3 or 4, about 3 feet, I guess. But it was hit hard, and he was going to knock Peralta out of the game now. Nice play by Tien in right field to save that run.
Well, Cano with another double, his 32nd of the year. That leads the Yankees in 2 base hits, 1 more than Jorge Posada, who now stands at 3rd. So Peralta is gone as the Royals will go to the bullpen one more time here in the 6th inning. The Yankees have scored 1. They are knocking on the door, trying to come in with a couple of more. 2 outs here in the 6th as the Yankees lead 8-6. We'll be right back. They have a run in here in the 6th inning, courtesy of Bobby Abreu and a home run, and they go to David Risky, the former Cleveland Indian reliever, making his 47th appearance of the year, and he's got a good earned run average, 2.22, and only 42 hits in 48 2/3 innings, 19 walks and 39 strikeouts. He is one of the A players out of the Royal bullpen, and he's got Wilson Betemit to deal with. Betemit today is 2 for 3, he's singled twice and struck out. He's driven in a run. 2nd and 3rd, 2 outs. Yankees trying to increase an 8-6 lead here in the 6th inning. The pitch to Betemit is outside for ball 1.
The New York Yankees offensively during this great stretch that they're going through, they've done a great job of hitting with 2 outs. Those are the hits that really deflate an opposing ball club. Wilson Betemit has found himself in that situation right here.
Pitch is driven into center field for a base hit. Posada scores. Here comes Cano, and the Yankees now have a 10-6 lead. Wilson Betemit has driven in 3 runs this afternoon.
Well, it all starts innocently enough when Jorge Posada walks with 2 outs, and then Robinson Cano hits a double, and Betemit gets a good pitch up out over the plate. Risky, a sinker ball pitcher, leaves this one up. Betemit does a nice job just driving it right back up the middle. He impressed us with his power, his first appearance. Today gets 3 hits and drives in a few runs. Nice addition.
Making his presence known here in the Bronx. 10-6 Yankees. And here's Melky Cabrera, 0 for 3. Risky deals and a high fastball inside, ball 1. Melky's got that 9-game hitting streak working. He's getting towards the latter stages of this game. In his career, he's 2 for 4 against Risky. Fouls one off a little late. It's a ball and a strike. The Yankees now with 10 runs on 14 hits.
You know, offensively, you find yourself always up there with men in scoring position, with men on base. So you just relax. You know you're going to have plenty of opportunities to score during a ball game. You don't put too much pressure on yourself early. Next thing you know, you have 14 hits and 10 runs.
That pitch is inside. Yeah, in last night's ball game, the Yankees had 7 runs on 12 hits. And losing that game against the White Sox, they scored 9 runs in that game and lost.
When you're going bad offensively, you get an RBI situation, you kind of press because you know you might not have that opportunity later in the ball game. It's not happening now.
Melky fouls one back, 2 balls and 2 strikes. If you throw any type of mediocre pitching out there right now, that scoreboard's going to start turning.
Dangerous.
Yep, numbers are going to go up. It's because everybody in the lineup is finding a way to contribute. Here's a toss over the first to check the Betemit. Betemit has now driven in, what, 6 runs in how many games? He hasn't been here that long. Off-speed pitch fouled back by Cabrera. Count maintains at 2-2. In exchange for Scott Proctor, who went to the Dodgers. Two pitch on the way to Melky Cabrera, and the count is run full of 3-2. That means Betemit will be off with the pitch. Extra base hit might score him all the way from first base.
How about if you're an advanced scout for the Toronto Blue Jays sitting here watching this game? What kind of report do you set? I mean, you can't pitch around anybody right now. Johnny Damon swinging the bat. Well, everybody, 1 through 9.
The runner goes. The payoff pitch is hit in the air and towards the gap in right center. On the run is De Jesus. The ball will clear him. Rolls all the way to the wall. Betemit rounding third. He will score. And Melky Cabrera with a 2-out double. And the Yankees now lead 11-6.
Well, Melky extends that hitting streak with his at bat here in the 6th inning as the Yankees continue to come up with those key hits with 2 men out and scoring runs. And Melky Off to the races with a double. And he picks up his second RBI of the game. And now the Yankees will lead it 11-6.
Your 7-hitter Robinson Cano has 3 hits. Your 8-hitter Wilson Betemit has 3 hits. And now your number 9 guy jumps in there with an RBI double himself. There are just no holes in this lineup.
Here's Johnny Damon, and he takes a pitch, and that's in there for a call strike. So Melky now with a 10-game hitting streak, as Bobby pointed out, picks up a run batted in. Yeah, what would that Toronto scout say? Just hold the ball.
Let the time run out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you'll get the reports from the advanced scout, and he'll say, you know what, you might want to pitch around this guy in this situation because there are 2 or 3 other guys who are struggling. Not the case here with the Yankees.
Damon working on an 0 for 4. Ken Singleton along with Bobby Mercer. John Flower. The Yankees offense is clicking. They scored in every inning but 1 and lead 11-6. Ball in the dirt. Good stop by Jason LaRue. Melky Cabrera cannot advance.
Well, what a difference a couple of months will make, you know, because early on when this offense wasn't clicking, people were saying, what in the world is going on? You know what I'm saying? And now this offense is showing its potential, and everybody's saying here in the month of August, what in the world is going on? Who do you pitch around? How do you stop this offense?
That is ball 3 to Johnny Damon.
You hate to say that. It almost feels like the Yankees can just put the foot down on the gas pedal and score runs at will right now. And you hate to say that because they're trying to score runs every inning. But, you know, once this ball game got tight again, it's like they just put the hammer down and drop the 4 spot on you in the 6th inning, and they're not done yet.
Damon rips one foul in the home plate area. The count is full at 3-2. Yankees with their second 4-run inning of the ball game. They also had one in the first. Robinson Cano has been a big part of it once again. He's got a triple, a single, a double. He's driven in a run, scored 2. Just a home run shy of the cycle. Damon takes call, strike 3. The Yankees are retired here in the 6th inning, but not before they score 4 runs. It all started with Bobby Abreu's home run to center field. His 11th home run of the year. The Yankees scored 3 more times and now lead 11-6.
Presents Yankees Encore. It's a replay of every Yankees game that gives you a second chance to see all the excitement of Bombers baseball. WB Mason presents Yankees Encore later after each game and again the next morning at 9 o'clock. Only on Yes.
Now coming in out of the bullpen is Kyle Farnsworth, and Farnsworth, who has not been pitching all that well of late. Here's a few boos from the fans here at the stadium. Yankees have also made a change defensively at first base. Andy Phillips will take over. Here's Mark Grudzielanek to lead it off here in the top of the 7th inning. The first pitch is outside, ball 1 from Farnsworth. Well, with a 5-run lead, here's a chance for Farnsworth to kind of get his act together and throw something positive up on the scoreboard there. There's a pitch in there for a call strike. And it is 1-1 on Grudzielanek, who is 0 for 3 this afternoon. Here's a guy who's been red hot. He came in 35 for 85 since coming back from the DL. There's a pitch that misses, and it's 2 balls and a strike.
You know, Kenny, you watch Farnsworth pitch, and, you know, obviously he's got the good fastball and the tight slider. He just threw one for a ball right there. But you pay attention to some of the swings against him. Obviously, the hitters see the ball very well when he delivers it to home plate.
Pitch is fouled back, 2-2.
So you start thinking maybe about different ways to create a little deception, you know, and Kyle's a veteran pitcher, so you're not going to change too many things mechanically, but maybe you keep that front shoulder in there just a little bit longer and see if you can hide the ball just a little bit better. Because the velocity is obviously there, but the hitters are telling you that, you know, they see the ball pretty good.
2-2 pitch is lined into left field, and it's a base hit. So Grudzielanek picks up a leadoff single here in the 7th inning. It'll bring up the number 3 hitter, Mark Teahen, who's had a good day.
And when you're scuffling a little bit and you make a mistake, a good hitter like Grudzielanek is going to put it into play, and he doesn't hit it awfully hard, kind of out in front. He's ready for the fastball, and he gets a slider that's 88 miles an hour, and he just kind of flips it into left field. When you're going through a bad rut, you don't get away with any of your mistakes, and Grudzielanek just made him pay with a base hit right there.
Here's Teahen, who has doubled and singled, scored a run, and driven in 1. Man on, nobody out here in the 7th, and the first pitch is a little outside for ball 1. Off the glove of Posada, the ball's going to roll all the way back to the wall, and Grudzielanek can just trap on down to second base. He'll be there on the wild pitch.
Like he trying for just a little bit more on that fastball and got away from him. Trying to overthrow it.
Ron Guidry's going to come out to the mound, and while he does, we want to wish one of our producers all the best. He's working his final day today with us, producing the Yankees pre and post game show. That's Drew Kaliski. Will be heading to Los Angeles to work with the NFL Network. We'll miss him and his talented efforts here at Yes, and we will wish him and his wife Liz all the best. So Drew, good luck with the NFL Network, and we'll be calling you for those football tickets. And he did a great job.
Yes, he did. He's a great guy, and Drew, we're going to miss you, buddy. You guys have fun out there, and congratulations.
Southern California for Drew.
Yeah,
that'd be nice.
If he thinks the traffic's bad here in New York.
Yeah.
3 balls and no strikes on Teahen as Farnsworth falls behind. The Yankee bullpen's getting heated up in a hurry. This guy, it's the V fellas. Vizcaíno and Villon. 3-0 on Teahen. Way outside, ball 4. He draws a walk. So the first 2 men get on base, and the crowd here at Yankee Stadium none too happy. If the Yankees scored 4 runs, get a little breathing room. The Royals put the first 2 men on, and here's Billy Butler.
You know, Bobby, I think you said it perfectly, though. He throws a decent slider to Grudzielanek, and he kind of flips it into left field, and then the next 4 pitches, it's kind of like he's trying to throw it harder and harder and harder, and it's hard to do when you're a power pitcher. You almost have to take a step back and sacrifice a little velocity for location. It's not an easy thing to do. Right now it just looks like he's trying to throw it through the wall.
That's a strike to Billy Butler.
You know, we were talking about the fastball, the straight fastball as compared to a fastball that's got a little bit of a movement to it, a little bit of zip in the strike zone. Well, Farnsworth, even though he throws the 95, 98, 99 mile an hour fastball, his fastball is pretty much straight. And when you're pitching behind in the count, you know, they're looking for that fastball anyway. And if you've got to lay it in there, you know, most of these hitters are going to put it in play, and sometimes put it in play pretty hard, because when they walk up there against Farnsworth, the scouting report that says he's a power pitcher. So, you know, you're ready for that anyway.
1 ball and 1 strike on Butler, who is 1 for 2 on the afternoon with a walk. Drove in a run with a double his last time up. Also scored. It's a high fly ball to center field for Melky Cabrera. He drifts back. The runners are going to tag here as Melky makes the catch. And Melky gets the ball back into second base as Grzelcyk will go on third, so that'll keep the double play in order. As Butler flies out to center field for 1 down.
If you're Jorge Posada right here, the catcher for Kyle Farnsworth, you have to find a way to slow him down. See Jorge giving the signs with the first and third, possibility of a double steal situation.
Do you do that every time?
The signs?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a sequence of signs that they'll give, and then if Joe Torre wants to switch the signs during the at-bat, where maybe the count is working against him or for him, he'll switch up the play. But you have to find a way to slow Kyle Farnsworth down, and I don't know if that's calling more sliders or taking more time in between calling pitches.
Glode will foul a pitch off. Glode is 2 for 3.
You got a power pitcher like Farnsworth. He just gets out there in a rhythm of throwing instead of trying to pitch, actually thinking about pitch to pitch and setting hitters up. That's a responsibility of your catcher sometimes. Find a way to slow him down. Think more about making pitches instead of just throwing it as hard as you can.
Runner from first goes. The pitch is high away, and Tien will move down to second base. He'll have himself a stolen base, his 10th of the year. So that effectively takes away the ground ball double play. And Glode has a chance to drive in a couple of runs. And we mentioned earlier, he's been one of the hotter hitters for the Royals. He was 12 for 24 in the recent homestand, and that included the visit from the Yankees. It's a high fly ball to medium left field. Runner tags at third. The throw goes to third, and it's going to be a sacrifice fly for Ross Glode. The Royals have scored a run. It's now an 11-7 ball game as Grzelcyk scores from third.
You can see the glasses are down because the sun is a factor at this part of the game right now, and Matsui, with those glasses down, throws back to third base. No chance to throw out the runner at home.
So give Glode an RBI, his second of the game. Grzelcyk getting congratulations. He scores for the first time today. And here's the rookie, Alex Gordon. Gordon's had a rough day. Struck out twice and hit into a double play. There are some days when you feel maybe I just shouldn't have come to the ballpark. Pitch is low for ball 1. Get those days you strike out 3 times and then you finally put the ball in play and you hit into a double play.
Your hitting instructor said, just go up there and try to put the ball in play someplace.
Yeah, exactly. You know? That's outside. It's ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Then you know when you come back to the dugout, it'd been better off by striking out.
Well, yeah, you come back, you say, if I'd have struck out, you know, it'd only be one out.
Yeah. Here's one on the corner. It's 2-1. 97-mile-an-hour fastball from Kyle Farnsworth. Well, he does have a good arm. I mean, he can rush it up there.
There's no question about that. And like Flash was talking about, you know, you just got to figure out a way to get Farnsworth to be a part of this ball club. And whether it's slowing his delivery down, I don't know if the catcher's to do that, if it's the pitching coach or the manager or whatever it is. But got to try to build him up a little bit. I don't know that he is. I think he's feeling down. Obviously, he's feeling down because he hadn't done the job this year for the Yankees, and he's a big part of this ball club because you're going to see him in the 7th and 8th inning.
2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs. Call strike 3. Farnsworth hits the inside corner. The Royals do pick up a run on a hit. They leave a runner here in the top of the 7th. They're going to the 7th inning stretch here at the stadium. But before we do, we're going to turn it over to the voice of Yankee Stadium. That is Bob Shepard.
Your attention, please. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please rise? Now, please offer a moment of silent prayer as we remember the servicemen and women who are stationed around the globe, and especially remember those who have lost their lives defending our freedom and our way of life. And now, please join Kate Smith as she sings God Bless America.
The 7th inning stretch here at Yankee Stadium. The Yankees leading by a score of 11-7. New pitcher in the ball game. Hard throwing Zach Greinke, and making his 38th appearance of the year. 5-5 record. Had worked as a starter, now working out of the bullpen, and he's got good stuff. 67 strikeouts in 81 innings. Got a fastball mid to upper 90s. Decent breaking ball. He'll face Jeter, Rodriguez, and Matsui for the Yankees to make that Jeter, Abreu, and Rodriguez here in the bottom of the 7th.
Greinke's got a good arm. He's got all the pitches, fastball, curveball, and pitching out of the bullpen, I think, is settled in with him pretty good. I mean, he's done a good job out of the bullpen for being a starter.
His ball is driven. Going back to Jesus. He's not going to get it. Ball one hop off the wall, and Derek Jeter swinging at the first pitch and lines it in the left center field for a 2-base hit. Jeter's 3rd hit of the afternoon.
For a guy who didn't feel great during batting practice, he's had a nice afternoon. He gets a first pitch fastball and drills it to left center. Heard about a Greinke, a nice delivery. Explosive fastball, but a first pitch one over the plate. Derek Jeter took care of it.
16 hits now for the Yankees in the game. Didn't you wish you felt bad going into every game? Bad like that at least?
You know what, for me, though, if I had a bad batting practice, I was going to have a bad game. I was one of those hitters. You know, I would take it right over into a ball game. Obviously, Derek doesn't have that same characteristic.
You know, sometimes if you had a bad batting practice, it would make you even more determined in the game. Sometimes when you have a good batting practice, nothing happens in the game.
Now, what makes a good batting practice? So,
you feel like you're spraying the ball all over the field, you know,
yeah.
And then when you want to turn it up a notch, you can just knock it out of the ballpark when you want.
Is that right?
That's the way I felt.
Wow. Now I know what they were talking about.
Yeah,
just turn it up a notch and hit it out anytime you want to.
I guess, Bobby. I don't know. I don't know how that feels.
Get a couple of flares over the third baseman's head and then pull one into right field upper deck.
Meanwhile, with one strike to count on Abreu, it's 1-1 now. But I tell you, Larry Poncino, if you even think about swinging it, you've got a call rung up on you. It's 0-2 now.
Well, it worked out the last time for Bobby Abreu. Next pitch, next swing was a home run. So
he is 2 for 3 today. Scored 3 runs and driven in one with that solo homer that Flash was talking about. They came in the 6th inning. It was number 11 on the year for Abreu. Slider, and it's a good stop by LaRue. It's a ball and 2 strikes. No, you can't hit him at will, Bobby, but I'm just saying, you try and crank it up.
What did he say?
You crank it up and you hit the ball out of the ballpark when you want to.
Well, okay. if you can, you know, there's nobody that good. I mean, even Babe Ruth popped up, and A-Rod did too every once in a while, but not today. One ball, 2 strikes. Well, that's a blistering fastball. 96 miles an hour inside, 2-2. He definitely has some giddy up on that fastball. Abreu lines one into left field. Yankees are going to get another run here as Derek Jeter rounds third, comes in to score. Abreu with a big turn at first, have to hustle back as the Yankees now lead 12-7. Yankees have scored in every inning but the second.
Excuse me, Kenny. You know, the only way you can get a base hitter like this here is you got to have the hands back at all times, and that's what he did. He had the hands back. Early in the season, he was way out in front. The hands came forward, and he would never have been able to at least put the bat on the ball. But good piece of hitting by Abreu with another couple of strikes, and the Yankees add another run here late in the game.
Abreu's 3rd hit of the day. He's got 2 singles and a home run. 17 hits now for the Yankees. Here's A-Rod, who has 2 of them, a home run and a single. And it looked like a slider hits the outside corner for strike 1. The home run, if you missed it, way back in the 1st inning. The 500th of A-Rod's illustrious career.
You know, when you've been a starter your whole career and they put you in the bullpen, then one thing that the starter does when he goes to the bullpen, he doesn't have to kind of pace himself, you know, as a starter, try to get through 6 or 7 innings. When you're in the bullpen, you just go as hard as you can for as long as you can.
Here's another base hit for Alex Rodriguez. Abreu will stop at second. 3 straight hits for the Yankees here in the 7th inning, 18 in the ball game. They're still a long way away from their season high. They had 25 hits against Tampa Bay on July 22nd.
That's sort of the same area and the same pitch that A-Rod hit his 500th home run on. This time he just lines it into left field for a base hit in between short and third.
Here's Matsui. We'll see, Matsui's got a couple of hits. Let's see, Jeter's got 3. Abreu has 3. A-Rod has 3. Matsui has 2. Asada looking for a hit. Cano has 3. Betemit had 3 while he was in there. Matsui takes a pitch for a call strike, and Melky Cabrera has 1. Johnny Damon's 0 for 5. There's always somebody.
I was always that guy.
Yeah.
Nobody, one guy just doesn't want to join the party.
Well, Posada at least had drawn a walk and scored a run. They always say invitations in the mail. 1-1 on Hideki Matsui. The hitting shoes have been on for the Yankees this afternoon. 12 runs on 18 hits. They all were shopping at the same shoe store. That pitch misses, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Greinke falls behind Matsui. Shoes are made for hitting and scoring runs. Not those. 2-1 pitch. Matsui hits a ground ball and through the right side for a base hit. Here comes Abreu. Here comes a throw to the plate. It's a good one, but he is safe, and both runners will move up. It's now 13-7 Yankees, and they have 19 hits. Matsui with his 3rd hit and his 2nd run batted in.
4 consecutive hits for the Yankees here to start off the 7th inning. Tien with a good arm with 12 assists. He makes a nice throw, but Abreu just gets in with that right foot on home plate.
Bob McClure, the pitching coach, will go out to the mound. There's a good look at the play. Nice overhead shot of the home plate area. Abreu scores for the 4th time this afternoon. And Bob McClure, I don't know what you can tell your pitching staff.
There's really not much to say. I mean, everybody you bring in, it just doesn't matter right now with all these Yankee hitters who are locked in like they are. You try and keep the confidence of a young pitcher up and preach about keeping the ball down, things like that. But Greinke's one of those guys who came up with, was an outstanding starting pitcher, then had some personal problems, some bouts with depression and things like that, and almost feel sorry for the guy a little bit, but he's trying to resurrect his career this year as a starter and now out of the bullpen. Certainly has the stuff to do it.
Oh, here's Posada, one of the 2 Yankees in the lineup without a hit, but Posada has walked and scored a run. He's 0 for 3. Still nobody out for the Yankees. Runners at 2nd and 3rd. The infielders are trying to figure out where they're going to play, and they're going to pull the infield in. Greinke deals, and Posada takes low for ball 1. On the season, you can see the numbers. They're all good. 340, 14 home runs, 65 runs batted in. A very impressive on-base percentage would put him among the league leaders. A lot to cheer about for Yankee fans this afternoon. 13 runs on 19 hits. Posada takes, and that one misses. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Jeter led it off with a double. Abreu singled to drive him in. A-Rod then singled to drive in Abreu, and then Matsui singled. And both runners moved up on the throw to the plate as Tien had tried to get Abreu. Here's ball 3 to Posada. 3 balls and no strikes. Bobby, what'd you say? The Royals are 3-25 here at Yankee Stadium since 2001 or 2000, was it?
3-25 in the 21st century here.
3-0 pitch, and that's ball 4. A 4-pitch walk to Jorge Posada. That's going to load the bases. With nobody out for Robinson Cano, who so far today has tripled, singled, and doubled, just a home run away from the cycle. And here comes Buddy Bell. He wants a new pitcher, and it's going to be a left-hander to face Cano. So we're going to step aside here in the bottom of the 7th. The Yankees have poured it on. They lead 13-7. Sharp Aquos, the official HD TV of Major League Baseball. Well, the man of the hour got the Yankees started in the first inning. Alex Rodriguez, his 36th home run of the season and the 500th of his career. New pitcher for the Kansas City Royals, Jimmy Gobble. The left-hander out of the bullpen to face Cano with the bases loaded and nobody out. So Zach Greinke didn't retire a Yankee, gave up a double, a single. Let's put it this way, a double, 3 straight singles, and then a walk. Here's Cano. The Royals have only been able to retire him 1 time. Cano has scored twice and driven in a run. Bases loaded, nobody out, and Jimmy Gobble. Pitch to Cano, he has a big swing and he misses strike 1. Cano this year with the bases loaded is 1 for 11. And for his career, 196. Breaking ball is outside, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Robinson Cano needs a home run for the cycle. He's going to have to earn it against his tough lefty. So right there, Gobble will drop down, change his arm angles a little bit. Be tough at bat for Robinson Cano.
Here's the 1-1 pitch, and that's low and away, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Gobble's given up a couple of home runs to left-handed hitters this year. Right now, trying to clean up the mess left by Zach Greinke. Two-one pitch, and that is low, ball 3. 3 balls and a strike. Gobble is the 5th reliever used by the Royals today. A-Rod's at third, Matsui at second, and Posada at first. The Yankees have not been retired in order in any inning of this game. A lot of base runners. The offense turns on for Joe Torre. 3-1 pitch to Cano. Swings and lines it into the right field corner. A-Rod's going to score. Here comes Matsui. Posada can advance only as far as second. He was afraid that Glode was going to catch the line drive and double him off. So it's going to go as a long single for Robinson Cano, and the Yankees have added 2 more runs. It's now 15-7.
A strange play, but another hard hit ball by Robbie Cano. As he lines it to first base, he just kind of picks it off the shoe tops there. The first baseman Glode couldn't catch it. But Jorge Posada, who was the base runner, he went back and ducked down under so he wouldn't get hit, and he didn't even know that the ball was fair down the right field line until Tony Pena told him to go to second base.
Here's Andy Phillips, his first at bat of the afternoon, as you see the merry-go-round turning for the Yankees. There's still nobody out.
Wow.
They've scored 4 runs for the 3rd time today in an inning, and still they're threatening. Andy Phillips drives one to deep left field. Joey Gathright with the speed can't get it. The ball bounds over the wall and into the monuments out there in the retired numbers, and the Yankees are going to get 1 run as they're going to send Robinson Cano back to third base. So it's now 16-7 as Andy Phillips in his first at bat joins the hit parade.
Well, Andy Phillips went in for defensive purposes for Bennett, who had a nice day offensively, and he gets a first pitch fastball and he jumps on it and drills it to left field for the ground rule double. Andy's been swinging the bat well. He had some hits last night in the ball game. Today he comes in, plays some defense, get in at bat, and drive in a run.
Still nobody out. Runners at second and third. Melky Cabrera's at the plate, and the Royals bring the infield in again. Melky is the 8th Yankee to bat in this inning. Curveball hangs up high for ball 1. Nobody's warming up in the Royals bullpen. They've used 5 relievers this afternoon. Swing and a miss by Melky, and the count is 1-1. Since the All-Star break, the Yankees have outscored their opponents 188 to 111. That includes today, when they've outscored the Royals by 9. It's 16-7. A lot of offense. Second and third, still nobody out. Here in the 7th, the Yankees have scored 5 times. Curveball is popped up into short right field. Tien's got a great arm. Runner tags at third. Here comes Cano. Here comes the throw to the plate, and he is called down. Home plate umpire Jerry Mills said Cano did not touch home plate on the way by. And Joe Torre's going to come out and argue.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a right to argue too there. I think that Robbie got his left hand on that plate, but the home plate umpire Mills said no. All you got to do is just touch a piece of it, a small piece of it. No, I don't think he did.
No.
I don't think he did. I think he took the leg of LaRue. Good call by the home plate umpire.
Looked like he pushed his arm away with his leg.
With his leg.
You know, for Tien in right field, that is the 7th double play he's been involved in. And his 13th assist of the year. Here's Johnny Damon. So all of a sudden there's 2 outs, and Andy Phillips at second base. And Damon swings and misses. Damon is 0 for 5.
Bobby, you talked about all the outfield assists for Tien, but you know, from a catcher standpoint, it's a pleasure because he always gives you those good hops. And LaRue did a great job of blocking the plate right there and running Robinson Cano off of it. The only way you can do that is with a good throw that gives you a good hop, so you can kind of set yourself up as the throw is coming. See, he sees he's going to get a good hop, and he kind of rides Robinson right off of the plate, takes it away from him. But the only way you can do that is when your outfielder gives you a good throw.
7 double plays for a first-year right fielder.
Where LaRue was set up, he was forcing the runner outside anyway.
Damon looking for his first hit of the afternoon and takes a pitch outside. It's a ball and 2 strikes. So
go ahead, Kenny.
I'm sorry, Bobby. You got the show.
I was just going to say that runner has a couple of opportunities there to make up his mind. He can either run over the catcher or he can try to slide away from the play, and that's what Cano did.
Outside to Damon, and that will level the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, we're taught behind the plate is you want to actually show the back corner of the plate to the base runner so that he starts his slide. And once he starts the slide, then you take it away from him by sliding your body to that spot right there in the corner. Textbook by Jason LaRue.
Yankees now with 21 hits in the game. Damon fights one off, and the count holds at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 5 runs in. When you look at the scoreboard, you wonder what happened in the second. Inside to Johnny Damon. The counters run full, 3-2. Here's a look at the scoreboard. 16 runs on 21 hits. Now there's the second inning. That's the only inning where the Yankees did not score. They did have a man on. Derek Jeter had a hit that inning. Breaking ball, and Damon pops it up and into the seats.
talking about the second inning. What was it, Thursday, when the White Sox and the Yankees put up 8 in that inning.
And the inning took an hour.
Took 1 hour to play. I call it the Bill Dickey and the Yogi Berra inning.
Or a double Yogi. Damon spoils another one, fouls it back. So Greinke came in, didn't get an out, gave up 5 runs on 4 hits. Rough afternoon for the young right-hander. There's the retired 8s. Bill Dickey and Yogi Berra, Hall of Fame catchers, both of them. Three-two pitch. David takes call, strike 3, and he's now 0 for 6 with 3 strikeouts. Yankees bat around in the 7th inning. They score 5 runs. They've broken this one open. We're headed to the 8th. 16-7, the Yankees lead. Along with your Yankee announcers for the Chevy Player of the Game. Text your vote to 58772, or for more information visit ChevyOffers.com. You can vote right up to the end of the game. Vote now and make your voice heard. Today's candidates. Well, doesn't surprise, it's all Yankees. Alex Rodriguez, Bobby Abreu, Robinson Cano, and Wilson Betemit. There are your choices. Now, standard text messaging rates do apply. Several changes for the Yankees as we go to the top half of the 8th inning. The new pitcher is going to be Luis Vizcaíno in relief of Kyle Farnsworth. There are the numbers, and they've all been good of late for Vizcaíno. We'll catch you up on the rest of the changes as we move along here. And the first pitch to Tony Pena Jr. is outside for ball 1. Andy Phillips goes from first base to third. Miguel Cairo now at short. Jeter's out of the game. Shelley Duncan at first. Jose Molina now doing the catching. And along with Vizcaíno, those are all the changes for the Yankees as we go to the top of the 8th. Pitch is fouled off, and it's 1-1 to Tony Pena Jr. so far today. Has struck out 3 times. Now, this is the 3rd time this year the Yankees have pounded out 20 hits or more in a game. Swing and a miss, and a strike 2 to Tony Pena Jr. They've got 21 today, and on over a 2-game period, they just ripped up the Tampa Bay pitching staff. 20 hits on July 21st, and then they came back the next day on the 22nd and had 25 hits. 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. It's the golden sombrero for Tony Pena Jr. 4 consecutive strikeouts.
4 strikeouts in a row, and Vizcaíno showing a good fastball. His slider has been greatly improved as this season has moved on, but here it's the fastball right by Tony Pena Jr. All of his strikeouts have been on the fastball. The Yankees just challenging him on the outside part of the plate. Obviously, they found something that he's not seeing.
And there is a, well, maybe not golden, but at least tan. Here's Joey Gathright. And the first pitch to him is inside for ball. Gathright has struck out, but he's also walked and doubled and scored a couple of runs. Ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Vizcaíno, we mentioned it recently. In fact, it was last night. He worked 2/3 of an innings. No runs, no hits, no strikeouts. He did walk a hitter. Ground ball towards the middle, and Joey Gathright going to have his second hit of the afternoon. He's aboard with 1 out. Time for the in-game box score. That's the Royals in-game box score, sponsored by Hummer. David DeJesus had a home run, 3 RBIs, and 2 runs scored. He's had a big day. Ross Glodes had a couple hits with 2 RBIs and a double. Mark Teahen, 2 for 3, a double and a run batted in. Joey Gathright with his second hit of the afternoon. But even with 10 hits on the board for the Royals, they trail by 9 runs. Here's Jason LaRue with 1 out. Breaking ball hangs up, maybe a little inside, and it's ball 1. LaRue popped up, flat out, reached on an error by Alex Rodriguez. All was fouled back, ball and a strike. Yankees close out the series here against the Kansas City Royals, and close out the homestand for that matter, as they face the Royals here tomorrow afternoon. We'll be right back at you. Game time will be 1 o'clock. Gil Mash and Mike Messina. And of course that means with the game starting at 1, the batting practice show will start at noon. We'll hope you tune in for that. And we'll catch you up with a lot of information as we move closer and closer to game time tomorrow at 1. Gathright not being held on, and with his speed, you got to figure he's going to be headed for second pretty soon here. No, not going. Ground ball foul.
I'm surprised. I mean, they're giving him second base and stay on the double play. I'm surprised that Gathright hasn't taken second.
He'd go down to half speed and make it.
Yeah.
Duncan's giving him a even bigger lead, and he's taking. Not going. The LaRue swing, the appeal, no. That's Adam Dowdy, first base umpire, with the call. I think LaRue's the only hitter today hasn't had that call to strike on him.
Poncino calls it, Dowdy does.
Two of the 4 men in blue this afternoon. Call, strike 3, and LaRue knew it. He thought there were 3 outs. He was throwing the bat away and going to hold to take the equipment.
It looks like a slider that actually backs up to LaRue. He's kind of hoping that maybe Jerry Meals wouldn't make the call. Thought he was going to break away from him. Just kind of spun there like a little cement mixer. Stayed middle of the plate. Called strike 3.
Esteban Herman is going to pinch hit for David DeJesus. He's had a single and a home run, and 3 runs batted in and 2 runs scored. So Herman will get his first at bat and takes a strike for Vizcaíno. Herman did start a game in Kansas City against the Yankees. He started it at third base. Fouls went off and quickly jumps into the hole. No balls and 2 strikes. Vizcaíno struck out 2, giving up a hit. He's 1 strike away from a strikeout Herman. There it is. Struck him out. Strikes out 3 Royals. Gives him the Royal treatment here in the 8th. At the end of 7.5, the Yankees lead 16-7. Score sponsored by Hummer. Johnny Damon kind of stands out there on the top, 0 for 6 with 3 strikeouts. Then the hit parade, 3 for Jeter, 3 for Abreu, 3 for A-Rod, 3 for Matsui. Posada scored a couple of runs, a couple of walks. He's 0 for 3. Cano bucks the trend. He hits a 4-hit day. Then Bettamy, he went 3 for 4. Melky Cabrera 1 for 5, a double with 2 runs batted in. Plenty of hits. In fact, 21 of them for the Yankees in today's ball game. Joakim Soria comes in the ball game, a hard-throwing right-hander who is now taking over the closer role for these Kansas City Royals with the trade of Octavio Dotel to the Atlanta Braves. 53 strikeouts in 45 1/3 innings. That pitch misses 2-0.
Good scouting by the Kansas City Royals. A Rule 5 pick. See Jason Smith taking over at second base.
Esteban Herman stays in the ball game. He's in left field, and Joey Gathright moves from left to center. Ball is hit towards Gathright, and he is there and makes the catch. Cairo, who came in for Jeter, hit the ball hard, but that's out number 1 here in the 8th. So with the departure of Dotel, a chance for Soria to take over even more of a meaningful role in the bullpen as the closer.
A lot of times those Rule 5 picks, you kind of bury them in the bullpen and find some situations for them to get some work, and not in the case here. Soria now the closer, and an above-average changeup.
They made him a Rule 5 pick out of the San Diego organization. Here's Bobby Abreu. Abreu's had 3 hits, scored 4 runs, and that's ball 1. Abreu walked in the first, flied to center, singled, homered, and singled again. Two balls and no strikes. There is Mike Messina.
Yeah.
You know what he's thinking.
Yeah, you got all those pitchers over there that are gathered talking about all these runs that the Yankees are scoring, and they're hoping they're going to be benefit in their starts with all these runs that the offense is scoring. Got to be a good feeling for a starting pitcher, I would think.
Well, Messina hoping the hit parade continues for the Yankees tomorrow. The Yankees have scored at least 7 runs in every game on this homestand.
Well, what they have confidence in is the fact that if they do get down early in the game, they have a confidence that they can come back and put runs on the board.
Three and one, and Abreu drives one to right field. Almost directly in his tracks, Tien hauls it in, and there's 2 down. 2 balls hit hard off Soria this inning. Here comes Shelley Duncan. Duncan came into the ball game, took over at first base with Phillips. Andy Phillips moving over to third. Duncan will bat at A-Rod's spot. And all A-Rod did today was drive in 3, score 3, and hit his 500th career home run. Shelley Duncan had a couple of hits here last night, and takes a pitch from Soria in there for a strike. Shelley Duncan with 28 at bats in the big leagues, 9 hits, 5 of them are home runs, all 5 here at Yankee Stadium. Good swing, but it's a miss, and it's 0-2. The shadows might be coming into play around the home plate area pretty soon. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Duncan hits a high fly ball deep left field. Herman going back on the warning track and will make the catch for the out. He threatened to hit another one. I don't think he got good wood on it and still got it to the warning track. So the Yankees go in order here in the 8th. That's new today. It's 16-7 Yankees. They've gone to the bullpen one more time. Ron Vallone will come on and try and close out the Royals here in the 9th. He'll face Jason Smith, who will come up for the first time this afternoon. He took over at second base for Mark Grudzielanek, veteran who went 1 for 4 with a run scored. Here's the numbers on Vallone. Good earned run average, 2.89. And he'll get Jason Smith here leading off the ninth for the Royals. Yeah, first pitch high, maybe a little inside as well. It's ball one. Smith, Teague, and Butler for the Royals. Scoreboard doesn't lie. It's 16-7. The Yankees lead. That's high. That's inside. Ball two. 2 balls and no strikes. So Phil Hughes started. Mike Myers for a third of an inning. Brian Broody then for an inning. Farnsworth for one. Vizcaíno for one. Struck out the side, as did Broody when he came in the ball game. And now Vallone. Here's a call strike, and it's 2-1 on Jason Smith. Flash, you were talking about him last night. Started out in spring training with the Blue Jays. They released him, moved on to Arizona. They too released him, and he was claimed by the Royals. Utility player. 2-1 pitch. He lifts a high pop up over near the Royals dugout. Andy Phillips coming down along with Jose Molina. Molina does the honors, and there's one out. Hey fans, keep it here on Yes. Following the last out for the Nissan postgame, as Bob Lorenz gives you detailed analysis of this rematch with the Royals, and Kim Jones covers the clubhouse for exclusive interviews with key players. It's the Nissan postgame right here on Yes.
That pop up like that, Flash, you were talking about how hard it is, and not all the catchers want to try to make that play. Is it better for the third baseman to call you off of that, or the first baseman too?
Well, I could tell you, Bobby, when I went after a pop up, if anybody said anything, it was their ball.
Yeah.
You know, and that situation right there, Andy Phillips coming in probably had the easier play, but Molina looked like he had it under control the whole time, so Andy decided not to call him off. But it's funny, a simple play like a pop up, a lot of catchers have problems. I was one of them who had problems with it. Jorge Posada, it's like a piece of cake. You know, there's no issues at all.
Teague, no balls and 2 strikes. He's 2 for 3 with an RBI and a run scored. He'd been struggling somewhat lately. Now his average at a respectable 280. I think the Royals were expecting a little more power from him. Early in the game, we said he hadn't hit home run since May the 29th, but capabilities are there. Check swing, it's low and away. 1-2. I thought Teague was the most improved ball player in the league last year. Really learned how to pull the ball with authority, and showing his athletic ability by moving to right field this year for third base, and has himself a base hit here, his 3rd hit of the game.
You know what I like too, Kenny, the ability for the attitude to go to right field, not complain about it. You know, you have one of your prospects, Alex Gordon, playing third base, so you shift out to right field, no complaints, just go about your business, and done a nice job out there.
Probably said I can do that too. Managers appreciate players like that. Here's Billy Butler. Double, scored a run, a 1 for 3 in the afternoon with a walk, also drove in a run. 1 out, 1 on. Yankees up big. They lead by 9, and this ball was drilled by Phillips into left field for a base hit. Looked like a high fastball, and Billy Butler has his 2nd hit of the afternoon. So 1 out and 2 on.
Indeed, it was up in the strike zone, and Butler didn't let it go by. Big Phillips by him. Ball was hit hard.
Here is Ross Glode. A couple left-handed hitters for Vallone here with Glode and Gordon on deck. High for ball 1 to Glode. He's 2 for 3 with a sac fly and a couple of runs batted in. From Chicago to Kansas City. Started out with the White Sox. That's ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. And has done a pretty good job for KC this year. Hit his 3rd home run of the season against the Yankees in KC. call strike one. It's 2-1. Yankees close this one out. They will have picked up another win here at home. They have done very well in their home ballpark. Strike two. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I don't know about you, Singy. My scorecard looks a little messy right now.
It looks like one of those weather fronts you see in the wintertime.
Category 5 hurricane or something like that.
No, we don't win any of those.
No.
The Yankees would be picking up their 36th win at home against just 21 losses. Breaking ball fouled back. And the Yankees have really pounded the Central Division this year. A win today would give them a record of 19-7 against the Central. But they are 3 under against the East and 1 under against the West.
With the win today, the Yankees would get to 10 games over 500. Not too long ago, they were trying to get to the 500 mark. Now they're trying to get to 10 games over.
It'll be the first time this year. Little looper towards left field, and that's going to fall in front of Matsui for a base hit. They're going to wave the runner home. Here comes the throw to the plate, and Tian has good speed and scores. It's now a 16-8 ball game. 3 straight hits after initial out this inning. And the Royals pick up another run as Glode continues to hit well against the Yankees.
Yeah, it looks like a slider that's just up in the zone. He doesn't hit it all that well, just kind of flips it the other way. But that's what it's going to be like for the Kansas City Royals the last 2 months of this season. Dayton Moore, the GM, and Buddy Bell, the manager, who's going to help out the GM next year. You know, you're looking for the pieces of the puzzle. Who's going to stay? Who's going to go? What holes do we have to fill?
Here's Alex Gordon, the rookie third baseman, and that pitch is low for ball 1. Gordon today is 0 for 4. 3 strikeouts and grounded into a double play. Ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes.
I look down at Tony Pena Jr., who struck out 4 times today, and now he's on deck. Did he come up for his 5th at bat? And those one of those days, Kenny, you don't know if you want to get up there or not.
You know, the fans can get on you too if they're keeping score. That pitch is in there for a strike.
Shadows are creeping closer now to home plate.
Getting tougher to hit.
Getting tougher to see it.
Sometimes you find out about young players in an at-bat like that. You know, you had a tough day, and you don't think you're going to get another at-bat. The next thing you know, you're up there for your 5th at-bat, and you see how he reacts.
2-1 pitch is fouled back. I don't think I ever struck out 5 times in a game. Probably 4 a few times. In fact, I know I struck out 4 in one game because after the 4th time, I told Eddie Murray I was going to bunt the next time.
It wouldn't be a bad deal.
But I think it was 5 times over a 2-game period. 5 times in a row. Two-2 pitch, and Gordon hits it to right field, hits it hard, but Abreu is there, makes the catch, and the runners are going to hold. So 2 outs now and 2 on, and Tony Pena Jr. will get to come to the plate. He was caught looking in the 2nd inning, struck out swinging in the 4th, 6th, and 8th. But he's going to bat in an odd inning this time. So this might change his luck a little bit. The even numbers haven't been so good to it. Two outs, bottom of the 9th. The Yankees up 16-8 as they try and win the 2nd game of this 3-game series after winning last night. And first pitch to Tony Pena Jr. is in there for a strike.
His dad taught him that.
Take a
Now,
pitch.
if you're down, you got to take a pitch. You need base runners. Even though you struck out 4 times, it's right down the middle. Maybe a pitch that you would want to hit. That's just baseball. You know, the game's not over till it's over.
1 ball, 1 strike. High for a ball, 2-1. This time he's ahead on the count. Ground ball to third. Phillips has it. He'll go the short way to second to Cano for the force. And the Yankees win the ball game. Alex Rodriguez got the Yankees off on the right foot. A 3-run homer in the first inning. His 500th of his career. And his 36th of the season. And the Yankees win the second game of this series big time, 16-8. Tomorrow they can go for the sweep with Mike Messina on the mound. Bobby Abreu scored 4 times this afternoon. A lot of hitting heroes for the Yankees as they pounded out 21 hits. Robbie Cano had 4 hits, scored a couple runs, drove in 3. As the Yankees continue to swing the big bats, A-Rod himself, it wasn't only the home run. He had 2 singles, scored 3 runs, and drove in 3. So a lot of offense for the Yankees this afternoon. For the second straight ball game, they have handled the Royals and now have beaten the Royals 5 out of 6 times this year.
And the Bronx Bombers just keep moving along and inching closer and closer and closer. And it seems like with Phillips today, with Hughes today, the rotation may even settle in with 5 minutes. They can count on every 5 days.
A-Rod getting some congratulations from the fans who remained here at the stadium. And right now, we're going to take it down to Kim Jones, who has a special guest. I wonder who it could be.
Alex Rodriguez, the fans are still cheering for you. Take us back to the moment when that ball leaves your bat.
Well, it's been an exhausting week. The fans have been unbelievable all week, and you wish you can pay each fan back by shaking their hands. But the only way I can pay it back is to hit a home run and win a game. That felt really good off my bat today.
You've made that trot around the bases 499 other times. How was this one different?
Well, I haven't hit one in so long. I didn't know if that ball was going to stay fair or foul, and I was just so relieved that ball stayed fair. And I acted like a goofball running around the bases, but I guess you only do 500 once.
We see so much joy on your face and everyone else's, but as you just mentioned, how much is there relief as well?
Well, it's relief because we have such a big mission ahead of us this year, and our goal here is to win the World Championship. The team's playing extremely well, and we have to continue to win games. I'm just glad that 500 was a nice moment. It came with a win. And now we can move on to bigger and better things.
It was actually a great moment, Alex, to see your teammates all waiting for you. They seemed as happy as you are.
Well, I was a little embarrassed. I felt like we were in high school and other guys come out to home plate to shake your hand in the first inning. It was something that I'll never forget. That my teammates, my coaches, they've been unbelievable. My manager, so much support. But more than anything, I'm sure we, as well as myself, will all relieve this behind us now.
You appreciate history. What is it like to know that along with Babe Ruth and Mickey Mantle, you were the only guy to hit your 500th as a Yankee?
Well, again, I think, to me, my daughter's not really old enough to know what's going on today, but it's something that I'm going to share with my family. I thank the good Lord, and there's nothing like wearing this uniform and accomplishing this.
And it certainly seems like these fans embrace you, Alex, maybe like never before.
Yeah, the fans have been unbelievable. You feel embarrassed about every time you come up, they stand up. I'll tell you what, they wasted a lot of Kodak film on me this week, and I'm just glad I was able to pay them back by hitting this home run for them.
Congratulations, Alex, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Kenny and I should remind everyone we'll have more of Alex Rodriguez in his post-game press conference on the post-game.
Thank you very much, Kim. Great job as usual. Alex Rodriguez with his 500th career home run in the first inning. Put the Yankees on the board. We've got much more to come from here at the big ballpark in the Bronx. Yankees win it by a score of 16-8.